Christmas starts here at H&L Rapid True Value. H&L Rapid True Value is
nationwide time 5 o'clock.
Crisp and refreshing. Room temperature or chilled.
This is Nationwide at 5.
Good afternoon, I'm Cliff Hughes. Friends is published.
It says the inability of the DPP were the key reasons for not ordering a retrial.
The PNP is designated to repair public health facilities.
Several human rights groups are calling for an urgent
has succumbed to his injuries.
In news from the rest of the world, Venezuela media groups demand whereabouts Vinicius Jr. of Brazil to football's biggest individual.
And later in our broadcast, in our cover story, at 5:35, millions of Cubans were without power. Jamaican medical student, how life is getting more and more difficult in Cuba.
From 6 to 9:30, we'll bring you a paid political broadcast of the Jamaica Labour Party's Arena Council 1 meeting being held at the Pembroke Hall Community Centre. You'll hear from outgoing Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and others.
All these and more as we take you home on air on your mobile, Nationwide 90 FM, Nationwide Radio, jm.com, and on the Nationwide app available on Google Play and the App Store. This Monday afternoon, it's Monday, October 28, 2024.
If it's news, it's got to be Nationwide 90 FM.
Now to the details. The inability of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the DPP, to satisfy the Court of Appeal that it could have found all witnesses and exhibits from the original trial of Vybz Kartel and his former co-accused were the key reasons for the denial of the Crown's request for a retrial. The men were freed in July this year after prosecutors attempted to put them on trial for a second time for the 2011 murder of Clive Lizard Williams. The full judgment outlining the Court of Appeal's reasoning for freeing the high-profile entertainer and his co-accused was recently published. Robian Williams has more in this report.
Kartel has been a free man since July 31 this year when he walked free from the Tower Street Adult Correctional Facility in Kingston. Sean Campbell and Andre St. John were also freed. They left the prison in limousines. In refusing to retry the men for the brutal murder in which the victim's body was never found, the Court of Appeal considered several factors. In its 70-page ruling, it made it clear the prosecution failed to satisfy the 3 appeals court judges that it could get its house in order for a new trial. According to the judgment, an affidavit submitted by Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions Jeremy Taylor that he had checked and caused checks to be made about the availability of witnesses to again participate in a trial was not persuasive. The judges were of the opinion that Taylor's affidavit suggested that not all the original witnesses from the first trial had been found and were ready to again testify. According to the judges, the burden rested on the prosecution to satisfy the court that in advocating for a new trial after more than a decade, it had made good faith in efforts to locate and consult with the witnesses regarding their availability. The Court of Appeal noted that it would be difficult to send a case back for retrial, especially one of the length, complexity, and vintage of Kartel's, without a clear view of the status of the witnesses the prosecution intended to rely on. The judges say the prosecution failed to establish a proper foundation for the court to readily and comfortably accept that witnesses were available, willing, and able to testify. The judges were similarly critical of the prosecution's inability to locate critical exhibits from the original trial. According to the Court of Appeal, the absence of the exhibits compounded the difficulty the prosecution faced in requesting a retrial. The judges say the absence of the exhibits was unexplained, despite the fact that they should have been in the custody of the Supreme Court. Those exhibits include critical evidence including video recordings, voice notes, and defense exhibits. The court concluded the absence of the exhibits would weaken the prosecution's case and undermine the defense if a retrial were ordered. The judges decided that based on the complexities and peculiarities of the cartel case, including the length of time the men had spent in custody, the time that had passed, and the likely time for a new trial to get underway, the prosecution's explanation regarding the missing exhibits and state of the witnesses was unsatisfactory. The judges concluded those factors strongly militated against ordering a new trial. The judges also concluded that the time and cost of a new trial were prohibitive factors. Kartel's health, a potential breach of the men's constitutional rights, and developments in the law since their original sentences were also cited as arguments against ordering a new trial. Robianne Williams for Nationwide News.
Opposition spokesperson Health and Wellness, Dr. Alfred Dawes, says the government continues to fail to account for funds designated to repair public health facilities. He made the claim during a media briefing at PNP headquarters in St. Andrew on Monday. Mahiri Stewart has more.
The PNP's Dr. Alfred Dawes, alongside Deputy Spokesperson on Health, Jesse James Clark, wore black to Monday's media conference. According to Dr. Dawes, this was to show solidarity with the doctors of Jamaica as they continue to work in subpar conditions. Dr. Dawes says the Bustamante Hospital for Children has been in crisis since late August due to air conditioning issues. He says the problem continued despite funds seemingly being available to fix the units.
As far back as August 26th, the Bustamante Hospital for Children was in emergency mode for all operations because of the same issues with the AC unit. It was not just that the staff knew and hid it. There are letters, there are emails that were sent. The Southeast Regional Health Authority knew of the issues. Attempts were made to move the surgeries to the Kingston Public Hospital. That did not work out. Not all hospital, but that did not work out, surprisingly, because money became an issue. This could have been avoided from even further back because money was raised, including money from the Chase Fund to refurbish the operating theaters at Bustamante.
The faulty air conditioning unit in the operating theater at the Bustamante Hospital for Children caused the surgery for an 11-year-old girl with an aggressive form of scoliosis to be postponed. The surgery was to be carried out by Straight Caribbean Spine Foundation, a US-based charity formed in 2006 to assist children in Jamaica who are faced with complex spinal conditions. It would have come at no cost to the child's parents. A number of surgeries had to be postponed due to air conditioning issues in the operating theater at the hospital spanning several months. According to Dr. Dawes, there's been no word from the government as to why the plans to rehabilitate the operating theaters fell through. But he's suggesting that politics is at play.
Now, we don't know why we are left to surmise, but rumor has it that it was not the right moment for the announcement and the PR that would be gained from just announcing the rehabilitation of the Bustamante Theatre would be lost in the media versus when it was announced later on, maybe closer to election time. These are just suppositions, but nobody knows the real reason why money was raised and the scope of work done to rehabilitate the theaters, the very theaters that are the center of this firestorm right now. But that project was cancelled.
The opposition spokesperson says the government has made a habit of not accounting for funds dedicated to repair public health facilities.
The doctors and the staff asked that the theaters be fixed so they could do their work. Instead, they got a therapy dog and a wellness bench. And it just shows you the priorities of the policymakers. So we are inevitably in a situation where, because of the decisions of the policymakers, crucial repairs that should have been done were neglected. And we don't know where that money is. We still need an update about the Shaggy and Friends Foundation, what happened to that controversial money that was raised. So there is a pattern here that is emerging.
Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
Several human rights groups are calling for an urgent investigation into the government's treatment of Haitian migrants seeking asylum in Jamaica. The groups made the call in a media briefing on Monday. They blasted the government for what they describe as the continued unlawful and hypocritical move of repatriating Haitians without due process while claiming to advocate on their behalf. More in this report from Shalois Michael.
The group comprises the Jamaicans for Justice, JFJ, Stand Up for Jamaica, Jamaica Council of Churches, Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement, JABEM, Indigenous Rights Attorney Marcus Goff, and Haitian advocate Mirtha Desolme. It was spearheaded by human rights lawyer and founder of Freedom Imaginaries, Malene Elaine. In Monday's media briefing, Miss Elaine painted a grim picture of Haitians being ripped apart from families and being transported on a boat back to a country in turmoil.
Family members would have gone to police station lockups to look for a relative or someone detained there, a Haitian national detained there. And they were simply informed that that person was being taken to an unknown location in Portland for deportation to Haiti. We are talking about persons leaving behind children, Jamaican-born children. And so what we are seeing is a significant escalation of a policy of repression and deterrence, which is having significant impacts on Haitian Jamaican families. We have received several reports of family separation following this most recent expulsion, with parents forced back to Haiti and children left behind in Jamaica without an opportunity to say goodbye.
The most recent mass roundup and repatriation of Haitians took place last week. According to Miss Elaine, that latest group now adds to the more than 170 Haitians who've been repatriated since July 2023. She says this cruel practice cannot continue. The human rights lawyer is calling for an investigation into Jamaica's treatment of their neighboring citizens in need.
Freedom Imaginaries is calling for precautionary measures to safeguard the rights of Haitians in mobility in Jamaica. First, we're calling for an independent investigation and an international investigative mission into the human rights impacts of Jamaica's treatment of Haitian migrants and asylum seekers, and a process of accountability that puts an end to abusive practices. Second, given the regional scale and complexity of the issue, we are calling on Jamaica to work with CARICOM, the international community, and multi-stakeholder groups to establish a rights-based regional framework for the protection of Haitians in mobility in line with principles of humanitarian assistance, protection, cooperation, and international solidarity.
For her part, policy and advocacy specialist at JFJ, Jade Williams, says while she applauds the government's move of sending security forces to Haiti, a review is needed to address how the Holness administration treats those who wash up on the nation's shores.
We ask for our government to adhere to calls from the UN and other international actors to not forcibly return these persons upon arrival, and furthermore to allow for those persons to be able to properly seek asylum according to our local procedures as well. We ask for a comprehensive review of how our procedures have been implemented. In our local refugee policy, persons are to be individually assessed as to their security needs. And based on reports from Freedom Imaginaries, that has not been the case. A review of those reports that persons have been removed without that due process is also necessary.
Shalois Michael for Nationwide News.
You're listening to Nationwide News at 5. More news after these.
Value Drug Pharmacy offers curbside pickup and delivery of your branded and generic drugs. WhatsApp your prescription to 876-881-6695. The time by Value Drug Pharmacy is
15 minutes after 5.
Rent-A-Kill Initial is the expert in pest control, air purification, and hygiene services. Call today 876-926-4236.
The temperature by Rent-A-Kill is
32 degrees Celsius in Kingston, 29 out west in Montego Bay.
Attention motorists, it's time to switch to the T-Tag on Highway 2000 East West. Vehicles using the automated T-Tag lane are processed in seconds, so you can pass through the toll plazas far quicker. The T-Tag makes it quicker, more cost-efficient, and safer for our customers. So switch to the T-Tag today and experience the convenience. The discount on T-Tag packages has been extended. Get yours for only $1,500, including a $500 toll credit from now until October 31st.
We're committed to reducing the impact of disasters occurring in Jamaica. Hurricanes can happen, so be prepared.
Continuing the news, a policeman who was injured in a crash on the Spanish Town bypass last week has succumbed to his injuries. Dead is Corporal Alaric Morris, who was assigned to the St. Catherine North Division. He reportedly passed away on Saturday. The crash occurred at the intersection of the bypass and Port Henderson Road on October 20. Corporal Morris was driving a police service vehicle which collided with a trailer before hitting 3 other vehicles. At the time, head of the JCF's Public Safety and Enforcement Branch, Assistant Commissioner Gary McKenzie, said a passenger of one of the cars was rushed to hospital.
A truck trailer was traveling along the Spanish Town bypass heading to Kingston, while at the same time a pickup truck, which is assigned to the Jamaica Constabulary Force, was traveling along Port Henderson Road towards the Spanish Town bypass. This intersection is controlled by a traffic light. However, both vehicles collided in the intersection. As a result of the collision, the pickup truck was displaced and collided with 3 other vehicles. Fortunately, there are no very serious injuries, but one of the persons was traveling in a Subaru motor car that was a part of the crash had to be rushed to the Spanish Town Hospital.
ACP Gary McKenzie.
The National Works Agency NWA is urging motorists to be on alert when traversing flooded roads as the island continues to experience increased levels of rainfall. The warning follows the death of a motorist in Highgate, St. Mary on Saturday. It's reported that the driver attempted to cross a flooded section of Marlborough Road when his vehicle was washed away. 2 passengers in the vehicle managed to escape but sustained broken bones. The section of the corridor has a ford which becomes impassable when storm water flows. The NWA says there are over 50 fords across the island, located on both main and parochial roads. It says St. Mary, Portland, St. Thomas, and St. Andrew account for the largest percentage of fords on the island. The NWA says with increased rainfall forecast for the next few days, motorists in these parishes should exercise extreme caution when traversing any corridor with a ford. According to the NWA, the government has a plan to reduce the number of fords through the construction of bridges. However, it says this process will take some time.
World in a Minute is brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose assembly and supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology, and integrity.
The World in a Minute.
Media groups in Venezuela are demanding the whereabouts of a missing journalist. The independent journalist has not been heard from since Friday. He recently posted videos on his social networks in which he was talking about the price of the dollar in the country. Venezuela's National College of Journalists, CNP, alleges that he was taken on Friday afternoon by agents belonging to an intelligence service known as the Director General of Military Counterintelligence, or DGCIM. They are demanding his prompt release. The United Nations has accused the DGCIM of arbitrary arrests and torture. The UN has documented at least 8 cases of journalists detained after the July 28 presidential election in Venezuela.
In the U.S. presidential election, a vehicle has been identified in connection with devices that set fires to ballot drop boxes in Oregon and Washington. Surveillance images captured a Volvo stopping at a drop box in Portland, Oregon, just before security personnel nearby discovered a fire inside the box. The fire damaged 3 ballots inside, while officials say a fire at a drop box in nearby Vancouver, Washington, destroyed hundreds of ballots. The flammable devices were attached to the outside of the boxes. Authorities say enough material from the devices was recovered to show that the two fires on Monday were connected. The FBI says it's coordinating with federal, state, and local partners to actively investigate the two incidents.
World in a Minute was brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose assembly and supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology, and integrity.
Recapping the top stories in nationwide news at this hour. The written judgment detailing Court of Appeal's reasoning for freeing Vybz Kartel and his co-accused is published.
It says the inability of the DPP to satisfy the court that it could find all witnesses and exhibits from the original trial were the key reasons for not ordering a retrial.
The PNP's Dr. Alfred Dawes says the government continues to fail to account for funds designated to repair public health facilities.
Several human rights groups are calling for an urgent investigation into the government's treatment of Haitian migrants seeking asylum in Jamaica.
I'm Cliff Hughes.
And I'm Roby Ann Williams.
You can find the news on our website at nationwideradiojm.com and on the Nationwide app available on Google Play and the App Store. News next at 6 tomorrow morning.
Drive Hyundai. Hyundai vehicles beyond your dreams with an exclusive 4.99% interest rate. Yes! Shop Hyundai vehicles and get a super low 4.99% interest rate on your car loan. Plus 2 years free service, 1 year insurance, and 5 years warranty. Offer valid on all 2024 Hyundai vehicles. Drive your Hyundai with the lowest interest, 4.99%. Conditions apply.
Bank of Jamaica is committed to its mandate of managing inflation, or the general level of price increases, within the target range of 4 to 6%. There has been some success in achieving low and stable inflation, but from time to time, factors including weather and global events may influence prices higher. BOJ is assessing local and international risks to inflation and will take the best decisions in an effort to keep price increases low and stable in the interest of all Jamaicans. A message from Bank of Jamaica.
Join us as we explore the power of nuclear applications for sustainable development at the Scientific Research Council's 31st Science and Technology Conference in cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, October 29 to November 1 at the Jamaica Conference Center. Discover groundbreaking research in nuclear science and its application in medicine, agriculture, environment protection, amongst others. 6.5 CME hours available. Register now at www.srcconference.com. Contact the Scientific Research Council at 876-927-1771 for more information.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Sports here on Nationwide 90 FM. I'm Wayne Walker. Chapelton Maroons are leading former champions Waterhouse 1-0 at sports time in the first game of a Ray and Nephew Jamaica Premier League encounter at the Tony Spalding Sports Complex. Veteran Levon Williams shot the Clarendon-based side ahead with only 7 minutes into the game. Coming up later at 7:30, Arnett Gardens will square off with Vere United in the feature game. Mobay United continues to lead the league despite playing out a draw in their last outing. Manchester City's midfield star Rodri today lifted football's biggest individual prize, the Ballon d'Or, at a glittering awards function in Paris tonight. The 28-year-old, who lost just one game last season for club and country, was awarded the prize after helping Spain win the Euro 2024 in July. He also won the Premier League, the UEFA Super Cup, and the World Club Cup with City. Rodri is the first player in the club's history to win the Ballon d'Or. Rodri, who is currently out for the rest of the season through injury, beat Real Madrid and Brazil superstar winger Vinicius Jr. to the award. Real Madrid won the award for Club of the Year, and their manager, Carlo Ancelotti, was the winner of the Men's Coach of the Year award. But there was no one from the Madridista to pick up the awards. Vinicius and his Real Madrid teammates boycotted the award after it was leaked that Rodri would cop the award just before they announced the winner of the Ballon d'Or, the crowd in the stadium, in the arena in Châtelet, Paris, shouted "Vini, Vini, Vini, Vini" just before the award was announced. Now, it was a fantastic night for Spain football as Barcelona midfielder Aitana Bonmati won the women's Ballon d'Or for a second year in a row. Bonmati won every possible trophy at club level last season as FC Barcelona secured a historic quadruple. They won the La Liga, they won the Champions League, the Supercopa, and the Copa del Reina. The 26-year-old scored a career-best tally of 19 goals across all 4 competitions. Emma Hayes became the first winner of the Women's Coach of the Year award after leading Chelsea to a 5th straight Women's Super League title before moving on to guide the United States to Olympic gold in Paris. Jamaica's Khadija Bunishaw was one of the nominees for the female award. The new season of the CG United Regional Super 50 cricket competition bowls off tomorrow with 2 games in Trinidad and Tobago. Defending champions, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, will face the combined campuses and colleges team at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground in St. Augustine, while the Guyana Harpy Eagles will face the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Stadium. The Jamaica Scorpions will bow into action on Wednesday against Barbados Pride at the Brian Lara Stadium, and the West Indies Academy will battle the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Queen's Park Oval. Sprint icon Usain Bolt says he was not worried that any of the athletes had the quality to break his 100 and 200 meters world records at the Paris Olympic Games this past summer. Bolt says he wanted to attend his first Olympic Games as a fan, but had to watch it at home due to an injury. Speaking on high performance, Bolt says his records were never under threat.
I wasn't worried. I would say, I could say, but it's gonna take a while. But it's always happy that it stays intact.
Bolt, an 8-time Olympic champion and 11-time World Championship gold medal winner, retired from the sport in 2017. He says it wasn't difficult a decision to walk away.
At the start of my career, I made an end goal where I wanted to. When I started out, I said, this is what I want to achieve. And my biggest goal was to actually win 3 Olympics back-to-back. That was my main goal. And that was my target. So when I actually got to that target, for me, it was like a hard road of like 10, 12 years of continuous work. So for me, it was like, yes, this is it. So I got into my goal and that was it for me. So I knew at this moment, if I got where I wanted, I would have stopped.
That's Usain Bolt. And finally, Rugby League Jamaica has named a 24-member squad for the America's Women's World Cup qualifiers. The tournament is set for the University of North Florida North Rugby Fields November 6 to 9. Brazil, who made their debut at the last World Cup in England in 2022, Canada, Jamaica and the USA will contest the competition. Canada, who played in the 2017 and postponed 2021 tournament, will face Jamaica, while Arizona will take on the host. The losers will play in a world ranking match as a curtain raiser to the final, with the winner progressing to the 2025 World Series to determine ultimate qualification. Jamaica's squad include Alicia Richards, Ania Smith, Chevelle Clark, Dana Ann Ferron, Darcy Price, Debisha Scarlett, Dejanay Cole, Alicia Watson, Elise Royale, Gianna Noble Cunningham, and Kamoya Forrest. And that pretty much will do it for sports. We're going to be back though with more at 6:05.
Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you. The time brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister is
5:30.
I don't have no time for whole heap of paperwork. That's why I downloaded and signed up for my One Jane Passport app. Get it all in one go. Download and sign up now. The temperature by the One Jane Passport app is
30 degrees Celsius here in the nation's capital, Kingston. It's 29 in the western city, Montego Bay.
You ever hear Earthquake call and say, "Hello, Miss Lee, yes, it's me, Earthquake, I come in Tuesday around 10? No, sir. Earthquake does arrive unannounced, and when it come, it shake all sense and sensibility out of we. Remain calm, stay inside, and do the DCH. Drop, hover, hold on. Once the shaking starts, you know it's earthquake. Make a quick move to a safe place. Don't run to the doorway or any exit. Stairs might block up or full of people. Elevator, avoid that because you might get in and poof, power gone and you're stuck in that box without air. Drop, cover, hold on.
A message from the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management.
Join us as we explore the power of nuclear applications for sustainable development at the Scientific Research Council's 31st Science and Technology Conference in cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, October 29 to November 1 at the Jamaica Conference Center. Discover groundbreaking research in nuclear science and its application in medicine, agriculture, environment protection, amongst others. 6.5 CME hours available. Register now at www.srcconference.com. Contact the Scientific Research Council at 876-927-1771 for more information.
It's the Answers Big 50% off store-wide sale. Get 50% off from Answers Gifts and Home Center and Answers for Children. Get 50% off in every store from now until Saturday, November 2. Answers Big 50% off store-wide sale.
Unique Living's new arrivals are here. Revamp your space with sleek, fixed and sliding show panels, shower systems and faucets, stylish vanities, basins and kitchen sinks, closet and storage solutions, hanging aids and more. Available in different finishes and sizes to match your style. Visit them today and transform your space at shop number 630 Dunrobin Avenue, Kingston 10. Call 876-755-3661 or visit their website at uniquelivingja.com to shop.
Life is precious. Whether you're driving through the hills in the country, the town, or on the highway, remember, slow down and take it easy. Your family and friends are depending on you to get home safe. Speeding may save you minutes, but careful driving saves lives. Since the beginning of this year, 288 people have been killed in 247 crashes, so drive safe.
Brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Life gets busy, from work to play. But don't forget your health checks.
The NHF card now offers discounts on PSA tests and pap smears to help check for prostate and cervical cancer. Women 21 and over get a subsidy for pap smears every 3 years.
And men 40 and over receive an annual subsidy for PSA tests. Get your NHF card today.
The NHF is here for health. The NHF is here for you.
It's the Area Council 1 meeting at the Pembroke Hall Community Center. Tune in to Nationwide at 5 from 6 to 9:30 p.m. on Monday, October 28 for the special broadcast. See you in St. Andrew Northwestern as we hear from Party Leader Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, Carl Samuda, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, Floyd Green, Anne-Marie Vaz, and others. Stay tuned to hear from Meeting Chairman Deputy Leader Desmond McKenzie. So don't miss Nationwide at 5 on Monday, October 28 from 6 to 9:30 p.m. It's the Area Council 1 meeting. Catch Nationwide at 5 at the Pembroke Hall Community Center or tune in to Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. This broadcast is brought to you by the West Kingston Constituency Office.
It's a showdown of the shows. 6 shows, 1 winner. Who will it be? Tune in to Nationwide 90 FM between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. from Monday, November 4 to Monday, November 11 for the NNN Quiz Competition. Get ready for the ultimate test of knowledge in our thrilling NNN Quiz Competition. Friendships have been transformed into rivalries as our shows compete in the ultimate showdown. With each correct answer, the excitement builds, and with each incorrect one, opportunities are lost. The stakes are high, and the listeners will be on the edge of their seats. The NNN Quiz is back. Tune in between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. during Cliffviews Online from Monday, November 4 to Monday, November 11 for the NNN Quiz Competition. Who will emerge victorious on this edition of the NNN Quiz Competition? Find out only on Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. The NNN Quiz is brought to you by the Student Center, the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment Jade Limited, Wellington Dental, Mark's Superstore, Max Pharmaceutical, Mats Unlimited, and JTA Credit Union.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's Word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis, weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
Cover Story is brought to you by
Multilink. Roll with control. Use Multilink. Safe, fast, and accepted in more locations.
We've been a part of everyday Jamaican life for over 25 years. From paydays to birthdays, unexpected emergencies to anniversary celebrations. The supermarket checkout line, or paying a bill or taxes on time. Our fast, secure debit network provides reliable service so you can always depend on Multilink. Jamaican and proud, fast, secure, everywhere.
Good afternoon. 23 minutes going up to 6 o'clock. It's all about what's happening now in the Nationwide at 5 cover story. And this afternoon, of course, I'm Cliff Hughes. We'll be joined later by Ricardo Brooks from the Pembroke Hall Community Centre for that paid political broadcast by the governing Jamaica Labour Party. But in our cover story, millions of Cubans were without power following at least 2 power outages on the island last week. Cuba's electrical grid first failed after one of the island's largest power plants was shut down. The second outage came while technicians were in the midst of restoring power after the initial collapse. Prior to the outage, an electricity shortfall forced the Cuban government to send home non-essential workers and cancel classes for children in order to conserve on fuel. The government is attributing the recent electricity woes to fuel shortages and rising demand, as well as deteriorating infrastructure across the communist-run island. This afternoon, we're going to hear from the Second Secretary in charge of Economic and Political Affairs of the Cuban Embassy here in Jamaica, Rolando Davila, as well as 2 Jamaican medical students studying in Cuba. All right, we're going to begin with Second Secretary Davila. Good afternoon, Mr. Second Secretary Rolando Davila.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Tell us, how difficult is the situation facing Cubans now?
Oh, the situation in Cuba right now with the electricity situation is deeply and it's tense right now.
Could you say that again for me, please, and go a little slower?
Hello?
Yes, good.
Okay,
Don't move from there.
The situation in Cuba with electricity is tense right now, as you mentioned before. In the last week between October 18 and October 22, we suffered in a blackout, the general blackout, that was affecting all the country for the disconnection of the biggest thermoelectric plant that was distributing the electricity, was to enter in an emergency stop. Most of the problem right now is the affectation with the fuel and the spare parts that are used by the system. The big problem is generated by the application of the policy of the blockade of the United States against Cuba. In terms, sort of give you some numbers, some figures. Between the March 2023 and February 2024, more than 500 million of the U.S. dollars was affecting by that policy, and this number, according with our data, is the cipher, the number that we need for buying the spare parts and give the maintenance that the plants need for fulfill all the necessity and the capacity of the electrical system. Also, is the affectation with the fuel. for the policy that's applying for the United States government against Cuba. Only in 2019, approximately more than 53 vessels, 47 companies were penalized under that policy. Bring or sell fuel for Cuba. That is generated the difficulty for the government to find a supplier and the stability in the international market for buying the fuel that is necessary for generate all the electricity that we need in Cuba.
So you have been living with the embargo now for more than 60 years?
For more than 60 years, we are living with the embargo, and every year that policy is updating inside the United States, and they are giving surgery strike to the economy of Cuba. One of the target or the big target that they are now applying is to the electrical system, and they are focused in the fuel.
So Secretary Davila, so let me ask you, so if the United States were never to lift the trade embargo, it means that Cuba will never get over this problem of energy, electricity sufficiency. It means that Cuba will simply wither away. Why? What?
It's continuing there for, as you mentioned, more than 63 years. But as they are updating all the time the policy, and now they continue the maintenance of Cuba in the list of sponsors of terrorists, it's very difficult for the country to find a supplier for the fuel and a supplier for the spare parts, because under that policy they can't penalize any company or any vessel that start to trade with Cuba. And not only the company that is doing the business directly, also the insurance and reinsurance company.
So I get that. All right. So what is going to be the long-term solution? Surely this is your reality. What is it that the Cuban government and its people will have to do? Yes? Because you can't continue like this. The country is grinding to a halt.
No. Now the country is back. All the electricity plant is back online, and the electricity is established with the effort of not only the authority, also with the effort of the worker in that sector that are provided with some spare parts and some fuel that the government are acquiring the international market for finish with the necessities that is affecting the system.
So the solution is that you are able to access spare parts, and you have been doing that, not at the pace at which you would like.
It's not the final solution, because it's very difficult. It's very complex.
Yes.
Complex to find.
But
the stability
yes.
of a supplier in the international market, because the restrictions is affecting to find.
We get that. We get that. We get that, Second Secretary. But what I would imagine, you as government, your job, no matter how difficult it is to find a solution. And I'm trying to find out, where are you thinking, where are you going in terms of finding a solution to this chronic problem? What you now have is a system that is a patchwork that can go down any moment.
Well, the solution that is right now is continue operating the electricity plant and continue buying the fuel with the supplier in the international market, because for the restriction that is affecting the system is very complicated, and we find the supplier the cost of the fuel that we need to pay is elevated for the restriction, because it's a risk that the company to do business with Cuba, and they are taking the risk of the fuel that we need. The price is elevated, and also it's the spare part that we need to buy is the same. When we allocate an spare part in the national market, time to time we cannot buy the.
I don't hear a solution though. What I'm asking you is a solution. Yes, this is going on for more than 6 decades. You know this was coming. Here you are. The forces against you, very powerful forces, the United States, the world community, the global community has been urging the United States to lift the embargo against Cuba. But in the meantime, you have got to find a solution for the 11 million Cubans living on the island. Thank you very much, Second Secretary Rolando Davila. After the break, we're going to be joined by 2 Jamaicans who are studying medicine in Cuba after the break.
Clearing personal, non-commercial shipments at the port? Avoid the wait. Request a contactless clearance through your agent today. It's more efficient. It's secure. The time by the Jamaica Customs Agency is
13 minutes to 6.
Upgrade your kitchen and bathroom to the next level with Unique Living. They're the ultimate destination for all your kitchen and bathroom needs. From luxurious shower systems to exquisite faucets, vanities, sinks, toilets, closets, and more. They have it all. Visit shop number 6, 30 Dunrobin Avenue, Kingston 10, or call them at 876-755-3661. Elevate your space with Unique Living, where quality meets expectations.
Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, is a financial reporting firm that delivers accounting and compliance services on time. Call us today at 876-908-0486-7. Email us at clientservices@cocnjamaica.com or visit our website at www.cocnjamaica.com. COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology, and integrity.
For all your electrical needs, visit ABC Electrical Sales. They stock a wide variety of electrical supplies, including plugs, switches, panel boards, and conduits, plus energy-saving fixtures. ABC Electrical Sales stocks brands like GE, Siemens, Philips, Cutler Hammer, and Allen Bradley. They also offer free island-wide delivery just to suit your needs. Visit them at Shop 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10, or call 876-754-3714-5 or 876-754-3825-8. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice in the electrical business.
The National Land Agency and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will host a community meeting on Monday, October 28, 2024 at 4 p.m. to address land title concerns for residents of Aki Walk and the Jackson Town in St. Andrew. The meeting will be held at the Meadowbrook Church of Christ, 25 Meadowbrook, Maine, Kingston 19. For more information, contact the National Land Agency at 876-750-5263 or 876-946-5263. The National Land Agency, one goal.
Drive Hyundai vehicles beyond your dreams with an exclusive 4.99% interest rate. Yes! Shop Hyundai vehicles and get a super low 4.99% interest rate on your car loan. Plus 2 years free service, 1 year insurance, and 5 years warranty. Offer valid on all 2024 Hyundai vehicles. Drive your Hyundai with the lowest interest, 4.99%. Conditions apply.
10 minutes going up to 6 o'clock. So we're beginning to track the situation in Cuba. We heard there from the second secretary in charge of economic and political affairs at the Cuban embassy here in Kingston, Rolando Davila. We now have with us 2 Jamaicans studying medicine in Cuba. say we're going to use a name we're giving to them, Sarah and Jessica. Sarah? Jessica? Yes. Who is this? Jessica or Sarah?
Not hearing clearly.
Oh. All right. So we are hearing them. They're low with our connection. Jessica, are you hearing me?
The connection is bad, so the phone may be breaking up a bit.
Yes, so we'll have to struggle through. But the two of you are there. Jessica, tell me, what year of your studies are you in Cuba?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, you're a medical student in Cuba. Are you first, second, third, or fourth year? What year?
Oh, well, I'm going into second year.
Second year. Who is it, Sarah or Jessica?
I'm Jessica.
Okay, and Sarah, what about you? Sarah? All right, so we're not hearing Sarah well. So let me press on with you for the moment, Jessica. So you have been in Cuba for going 2 years now. Tell me, Jessica, how has it been for you and the other Jamaicans studying in Cuba?
Well, so far it's actually been pretty good. I actually really like the learning experience. It's a bit harder trying to learn in another language, but that also makes it fun because at the end of the day, we end up leaving with a second language and yeah.
And the 2 years so far, so you're learning the language, and it's been an experience getting to know the people on the island of Cuba?
Yes, it actually has been. Majority of the people in Cuba are actually really nice and they're friendly and really welcoming. That's one thing that I really like about this country, and that you feel safe while being here.
Good. Yes. And I noticed you say while being here, you don't feel as safe in your home country as safe as you are in Cuba.
I do feel safe.
Go ahead, Jessica.
I do feel safe in Jamaica, but I feel a bit safer while being here in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
You
I
don't
feel
have the
safe
kind of
regardless.
crimes like
But
we do. You don't have the type of crimes as we do here in Jamaica. You don't have that in Cuba, do you?
no, you actually don't.
Exactly. But how are you in terms of, we're hearing stories of power outages running on average 20 hours or more per day. There were 2 island-wide blackouts last week. How has that been going for you?
Okay, well, for me, for where I am,
Yes.
actually, I think out of like my friends, I was the first person to lose light, and that was so I didn't have light for almost 4 days, and it caused like some of the stuff in like my refrigerator to start spoiling.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of that has to get replaced. But despite like everything I lost, like in terms of food or whatever, I I still gained like an experience because it wasn't like the end of the world. Like despite the fact that I did, because the thing is they have stuff like the tanks and wells just like in Jamaica. So even though like when water was also gone, I still had some water
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. And I think they really just tried to give everybody as much light like as they could, like to so maybe some people might have gotten light for an hour. I didn't, but some people got at least light for an hour or 2 hours or so to at least charge up some things.
Mm-hmm.
And
So you were without for 4 consecutive days, or you had intermittent power?
no, I didn't have any intermittent power, but others did.
Oh.
Some people did, but I didn't.
So in terms of your studies during that period of time, your school was locked down or not?
Yes, it was. We couldn't go to school, especially due to the rain and the weather. So it made it like it was really hard to go to school during that time as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So in those 4 days and 4 nights, or 3 nights, 4 days, uh, What did you use to see?
Okay, so actually, luckily, I have these solar powered lamps, so I would actually charge them in the day and then use them at the night. But if it was dead, then honestly, I actually just went to my bed because I couldn't do anything else.
Yeah. And in terms of the supply of food, how is that?
Well, specifically because you know that sometimes I eat particular things that I can only get in maybe Jamaica and stuff. Majority of the time I'd have to since I've lost food, I'm going to have to see if I can get it from Jamaica. You can get stuff here. It's just that I might like particular brands or stuff that I only can get in my home country.
Hmm. But generally, outside of those brands that you're used to, how is the supply of food for Cubans and for students generally?
I think I think especially once you know where to look, you can find pretty much anything that you need to cook and eat and survive.
Hmm. Mm.
Yeah.
And in terms of your own supplies, because I gather Jamaicans there get a good supply of food from home to keep you all going.
Mm-hmm.
How is that
Yeah.
working out?
We usually ensure to pack enough so that when we're here for like whichever time period we have enough to last us here so that we aren't in need of like food and stuff like that.
Hmm. And how do Cubans cope? Yeah, for example, you have the power situation, you have
Mm-hmm.
situation to do with telecommunications, the phone service, not particularly robust. How are Cubans coping?
You know, it's funny you ask that. Actually, I think they cope pretty well with this because I remember in the night, or like so since we had no light and nothing else to do, I would see people out playing like football in the streets. I remember I took a walk in the night with one of my friends and they had like a little light, almost like a candle, and they were playing dominoes. Like they were actually having fun. Like despite everything else, they were always having fun. And it made you feel like a lot better because it's not like everybody was like depressed. They were all like more upbeat, like, okay, yeah, this is gone, but what can we do here? So they're all playing games and stuff like that in the
Hmm.
streets.
But given the situation now with the island-wide blackout, you are into your second year of how many years of study?
Yes, so I'm going into my second year, so I'll
And
have
uh-huh.
um 4 years. No, I'm studying for what, 6 years.
To go?
So yeah, I
Jessica?
have 5 more years, I think.
5 more years to go. Given the
Yeah.
situation there, are you worried that this is not going to last?
Is what gonna last? Oh, the blackouts.
No, Cuba as a viable
Uh,
society as it is now, given the problems, they no longer have the Russians to help, the Venezuelans to help, and the government is admitting now, very candidly, that
yeah.
it's virtually out of money.
Honestly, I believe that they're going to last because I think that they're survivors, and based on what I see how they usually operate when it comes on to using what they have. I believe that
Hmm. They're extremely
they'll be
self-reliant.
fine. Yeah.
They are. Sarah, is Sarah there with us now? Sarah?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, good to have you. Uh, how are things for you? How are things going for you, Sarah?
Right right now, things for me are going well because thankfully I have lights, I have water, I have gas. I didn't have those a couple weeks ago, but now I have them, so I'm very grateful.
Hmm.
Very, very.
And you must be. So
Right.
you're not feeling the pinch as some other Cubans are.
No, thank God.
Yes. And if you don't mind, without telling me your specific location, are you in the capital? Where in the island, the north, the south, the east, rural, urban area, where you are?
I am very close to the town of Havana. Very
Okay,
close.
to the city of Havana. So
Yeah.
tell me, when you heard about the blackouts, how you feel? How is this affecting your studies, your ability to perform and to, achieve what you want to do as a medical student?
It is because we really need the light to charge our stuff, and some of us don't really have power banks. So when the light is gone, we don't really get any notification or announcement that the light will be gone. So when it's gone, we're left with flashlights and candles, and we have to use them to study. And some of us had exams, so we had to use the flashlights in the night to study our books for exams. So that was the problem with us.
Do you miss home?
Of course I do. Of course, every day.
But you don't regret making that decision to pursue your medical studies in Cuba, do you?
No, I don't.
Why?
I don't.
Why?
Because I've always wanted to study medicine here. I love the resilience of the people. I love the lessons. I love learning about the human body. And I know that studying here will allow me to be one of the best doctors so I can contribute to society, which is what I want to do.
Absolutely. Good. And your assessment of the Cuban people, Sarah, how they're coping?
Well, Cubans are very strong people. They find different ways to cope. They're very happy. I've noticed that they play in the streets, as Jessica said, they play dominoes. They run up and down outside with their balls. They smile a lot. They play music. They laugh. There's nothing the Cubans don't do to make themselves comfortable. I think that over the years, they have made themselves very relaxed about their situations.
Yeah.
That's one thing I really admire about the Cubans. It's really something to learn from them. Really.
Yes, yes. Well, thank you so much, Sarah, Jessica. All the best. You have a few more years to go. Pursue your dreams and be prepared to tough it out. You have to ride it out, eh?
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for having us.
And keep in touch with our producers. Yes. If you need any help, we can provide it. Don't hesitate to give us a call.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Will do.
All the best. All right. Sarah, Jessica, two Jamaican medical students in Cuba, sharing with us their experience living in Cuba in this very difficult and challenging time for the island nation of approximately 11 million people, our closest neighbors to our north, a country that has been good to us here in Jamaica. We have a strong bond with the Cuban people, and we have to be there for them during their hour of need. After the break, the headlines, and then we're going to go across to Ricardo Brooks at the Pembroke Hall Community Center, where the governing Jamaica Labour Party is having a paid political broadcast. The outgoing Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, it's his constituency, Northwest St. Andrew. We'll hear from Dr. Clark, as well as the Jamaica Labour Party leader and Prime Minister, Andrew Holness.
Cover Story was brought to you by
Multilink. Roll with control. Use Multilink. Safe, fast, and accepted in more locations.
Looking to rent a fully operational production studio? Then Nationwide 90 FM has got you covered. We have flexible options to meet your recording needs any day of the week. Monday to Fridays, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays available upon request. Bookings must be made in advance. Call us today at 630-1210. Let us help you reach your production desires.
The time brought to you by Guardian Life. Live secure, live easy is
5 minutes after 6.
Nationwide headlines at 6.
Good evening with the headlines at 6. I'm Nora Gay Banton. Opposition spokesperson on health and wellness, Dr. Alfred Dawes, says the government continues to fail to account for funds designated to repair public health facilities. He made the claim during a media briefing at PNP headquarters in Kingston on Monday. The PNP's Dr. Alfred Dawes, alongside Deputy Spokesperson on Health Jesse James Clark, wore black to Monday's media conference. According to Dr. Dawes, this was to show solidarity with the doctors of Jamaica as they continue to work in subpar conditions. Dr. Dawes says the Bustamante Hospital for Children has been in crisis since late August due to air conditioning issues. He says the problem continued despite funds seemingly being available to fix the units.
As far back as August 26th, the Bustamante Hospital for Children was in emergency mode for all operations because of the same issues with the AC unit. It was not just that the staff knew and hid it. There are letters, there are emails that were sent. The Southeast Regional Health Authority knew of the issues. Attempts were made to move the surgeries to the Kingston Public Hospital. That did not work out. Not all hospital, but that did not work out, surprisingly, because money became an issue. This could have been avoided from even further back because money was raised, including money from the Chase Fund to refurbish the operating theaters at Bustamante.
The faulty air conditioning unit in the operating theatre at the Bustamante Hospital for Children caused the surgery for an 11-year-old girl with an aggressive form of scoliosis to be postponed. The surgery was to be carried out by Straight Caribbean Spine Foundation, a U.S.-based charity formed in 2006 to assist children in Jamaica who are faced with complex spinal conditions. It would have come at no cost to the child's parents. A number of surgeries had to be postponed due to the air conditioning issues in the operating theatre at the hospital, spanning several months. According to Dr. Dawes, there is no word from the government as to why the plans to rehabilitate the operating theatres fell through, but he's suggesting that politics is at play.
Now, we don't know why we are left to surmise, but rumor has it that it was not the right moment for the announcement and the PR that would be gained from just announcing the rehabilitation of the Bustamante Theatre would be lost in the media versus when it was announced later on, maybe closer to election time. These are just suppositions, but nobody knows the real reason why money was raised and the scope of work done to rehabilitate the theatres, the very theatres that are the center of this firestorm right now. But that project was cancelled.
Dr. Alfred Dawes, opposition spokesperson on health. Several human rights groups are calling for an urgent investigation into the government's treatment of Haitian migrants seeking asylum in Jamaica. The groups made the call in a media briefing on Monday. They blasted the government for what they describe as the continued unlawful and hypocritical move of repatriating Haitians without due process while claiming to advocate on their behalf. The group comprises Jamaicans for Justice, JFJ, Stand Up for Jamaica, Jamaica Council of Churches, Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement, Indigenous Rights Attorney Marcus Goff, and Haitian advocate Mirtha de Sulme. It was spearheaded by human rights lawyer and founder of Freedom Imaginaries, Melaine Elaine. In Monday's media briefing, Ms. Elaine painted a grim picture of Haitians being ripped apart from families and being transported on a boat back to a country in turmoil.
Family members would have
gone to police station lockups to look for a relative or someone detained there, a Haitian national detained there. And they were simply informed that that person was being taken to an unknown location in Portland for deportation to Haiti. We are talking about persons leaving behind children, Jamaican-born children. And so what we are seeing is a significant escalation of a policy of repression and deterrence, which is having significant impacts on Haitian Jamaican families. We have received several reports of family separation following this most recent expulsion, with parents forced back to Haiti and children left behind in Jamaica without an opportunity to say goodbye.
The most recent mass roundup and repatriation of Haitians took place last week. According to Ms. Elaine, that latest group now adds to the more than 170 Haitians who've been repatriated since July 2023. She says this cruel practice cannot continue. The human rights lawyer is calling for an investigation into Jamaica's treatment of their neighboring citizens in need.
Freedom Imaginaries is calling for precautionary measures to safeguard the rights of Haitians in mobility in Jamaica. First, we're calling for an independent investigation and an international investigative mission into the human rights impacts of Jamaica's treatment of Haitian migrants and asylum seekers, and a process of accountability that puts an end to abusive practices. Second, given the regional scale and complexity of the issue, we are calling on Jamaica to work with CARICOM, the international community, and multi-stakeholder group to establish a rights-based regional framework for the protection of Haitians in mobility in line with principles of humanitarian assistance, protection, cooperation, and international solidarity.
Malaine Elaine, human rights lawyer and founder of Freedom Imaginaries. A policeman who was injured in a crash on the Spanish Town bypass last week has succumbed to his injuries. That is Corporal Alaric Morris, who was assigned to the St. Catherine North Division. He reportedly passed away on Saturday. The crash occurred at the intersection of the bypass and Port Henderson Road on October 20. Corporal Morris was driving a police service vehicle which collided with a trailer before hitting 3 other vehicles. At the time, head of the JCF's Public Safety and Enforcement Branch, PSTEB, ACP Gary McKenzie, said a passenger of one of the cars was rushed to hospital.
A truck trailer was traveling along the Spanish Town bypass heading to Kingston, while at the same time a pickup truck, which is assigned to the Jamaica Constabulary Force, was traveling along Port Henderson Road towards the Spanish Town bypass. This intersection is controlled by a traffic light. However, both vehicles collided in the intersection. As a result of the collision, the pickup truck was displaced and collided with 3 other vehicles. Fortunately, there are no very serious injuries, but one of the persons was traveling in a Subaru motor car that was a part of the crash had to be rushed to the Spanish Town Hospital.
ACP Gary McKenzie, head of PSTEB. Those were the headlines at 6. I'm Nora Gay Banton. Sports is next.
Shop and win a mega kitchen from Megamart. Spend $6,000 or more before GCT at any Megamart location and fill out the entry form provided for a chance to win a brand new stove, fridge, and microwave this Christmas from Appliance Traders Limited. Visit us on social media to win monthly prizes courtesy of Lasco, Grace Foods, and Face the Commodity Company Limited. Promotion runs from September 30 to December 6. Shop now to win a mega kitchen from Megamart. The best value by far. Conditions apply. Must be 18 years or older to enter. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act.
We've been a part of everyday Jamaican life for over 25 years. From paydays to birthdays, unexpected emergencies to anniversary celebrations, the supermarket checkout line, or paying a bill or taxes on time. Our fast, secure debit network provides reliable service so you can always depend on Multilink. Jamaican and proud, fast, secure, everywhere.
It's the Area Council 1 meeting at the Pembroke Hall Community Centre. Tune in to Nationwide at 5 from 6 to 9:30 p.m. on Monday, October 28 for the special broadcast. See you in St. Andrew Northwestern as we hear from Party Leader Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, Dr. the Honourable Nigel Clark, Carl Samuda, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, Floyd Green, Anne-Marie Vaz and others. Stay tuned to hear from meeting chairman, Deputy Leader Desmond McKenzie. So don't miss Nationwide at 5 on Monday, October 28 from 6 to 9:30 p.m. It's the Area Council 1 meeting. Catch Nationwide at 5 at the Pembroke Hall Community Centre or tune in to Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. This broadcast is brought to you by the West Kingston Constituency Office.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Sports here on Nationwide 90 FM. I'm Wayne Walker. Chapelton Maroons, the leading former champions Waterhouse, won in a sports time in the first game of a Ray and Nephew Jamaica Premier League encounter at the Tony Spalding Sports Complex. Of course, it's a doubleheader down there. Veteran Levon Williams shot the Clarendon Bayside ahead with only 7 minutes gone in the game. Coming up at 7:30, Onyx Gardens, the home team, will square off with Vere United in the feature game. Mobay United continues to lead the league despite playing out a 0-0 draw in their last outing. Manchester City's midfield star Rodri today lifted football's biggest individual prize, the Ballon d'Or, in a glittering awards function in Paris tonight. The 28-year-old, who lost just one game last season for club and country, was awarded the prize after helping España, to win Euro 2024 last July. He also won the Premier League, the UEFA Super Cup, and the World Club Championship with Manchester City. Rodri is the first player in the club's history to win the Ballon d'Or. Rodri, who is currently out for the rest of the season through injury, beat Real Madrid and Brazil's superstar winger Vinicius Jr. to the award. Real Madrid won the award for Club of the Year, and their manager Carlo Ancelotti, the men's coach of the year, but there was no one from the club present to receive the awards. Vinicius and his Real Madrid teammates, they boycotted the award after it leaked early that Rodri would cop the prize. Now, it was a fantastic night for Spain. Barcelona's midfielder Aitana Bonmati won the women's Ballon d'Or for the second year in a row. Bonmati won every possible trophy at club level last season as FC Barcelona secured a historic quadruple, winning La Liga F, the Champions League, the Supercopa, and the Copa del Reina. The 26-year-old scored a career best tally of 19 goals across all 4 competitions. Emma Hayes became the first winner of the Women's Award as Coach of the Year after leading Chelsea to a 5th straight Women's Super League title before guiding the United States to Olympic gold in Paris this past summer. Jamaica's Khadija Bonishaw was one of the nominees for the Women's Award. The new season of the CG United Regional Super 50 cricket competition bowls off tomorrow. 2 games are on in Trinidad and Tobago. Defending champions, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, will face the combined campuses and colleges at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground in St. Augustine, while the Guyana Harpy Eagles will take on the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the Brian Lauber Stadium. The Jamaica Scorpions will bow into action on Wednesday. They take on Barbados Pride at the Brian Lauber Stadium, and the West Indies Academy will battle the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Queen's Park Oval. Sprint icon Usain Bolt says he was not worried that any of the athletes had the quality to break his 100 and 200 meters world record at the Paris Olympic Games. Bolt says he wanted to attend his first Olympic as a fan, but he had to watch it at home due to an injury playing football. Speaking on high performance, Bolt says his records were never under threat.
I wasn't worried. I would say, I could say, but it's gonna take a while, but it's always happy that it stays intact.
Bolt, an 8-time Olympic champion and 11-time World Championship gold medalist, retired from the sport in 2017 in London at his last World Championship, and he says it wasn't a difficult decision walking away.
At the start of my career, I made an end goal where I wanted to. When I started out, I said, this is what I want to achieve. And my biggest goal was to actually win 3 Olympics back to back. That was my main goal. And that was my target. So when I actually got to that target, for me, it was like a hard road of like 10, 12 years of continuous work. So for me, it was like, yes, this is it. So I had gotten to my goal, and that was it for me. So I knew at this moment, if I got where I wanted, I would have stopped.
Usain Bolt. Rugby League Jamaica has named a 24-member squad for the America's Women's World Cup qualifiers. The tournament is set for the University of North Florida, North Rugby Fields, November 6 to 9. Brazil, who made their debut at the last World Cup in England in 2022, Canada, Jamaica, and the USA will contest the competition. The losers will play in a world ranking match as a curtain raiser to the final, with the winner progressing to 2025 World Series to determine ultimate qualification. Jamaica's squad include Alicia Richards, Ania Smith, Chevelle Clark, Dana Ann Ferron, Darcy Price, Debicious Cartlett, Dejani Cole, Alicia Watson, Elise Royale, Jean Noble Cunningham, and Kamoya Forrest. Shayna Day Great Blake marked his professional debut with a knockout win over Darren Avatar Ware at the Boom Energy Drink Rough Fight Lounge, and that was at Funland in the Hope Gardens at the weekend, where an accomplished boxer who stepped into the professional MMA was weakened by leg kicks before Blake landed a perfect hook. Meanwhile, Teron, the Iron Prince Rosegreen, beat Jaheim Imru McConan Morrison in their welterweight contest. And that will do it for sports.
For all your scales and food processing equipment, call Advanced Scales and Equipment Limited at 876-968-9612-5. The time by Advanced Scales and Equipment Limited is
6:22.
Super Center, everything for your home and more.
It's that time again. It's Azan Supercenter's 2-day sale. Come to Azan Supercenter Crossroads and Linstead this Friday and Saturday. Get everything you need for your home and more. So don't miss out on this 2-day sale this Friday and Saturday. Crossroads and Linstead.
Azan Supercenter, we're gonna make you smile. Azan Supercenter, it's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
Outperform, outlast. With top performance. Easy Jackama. Reliable, full stop, not comma. We have the expertise for drilling and demolition. We have the power tools for plumbers and electricians. Fancy select tools, 3 parts and 3 repairs. 3 parts, 3 repairs. 2 to 3 years. Hilton, available at Delta Supply, 106 Hagley Park Road. Call us at 876-302-61114. Delta Supply. We service what we sell.
When Sagicor Bank thinks of a woman, here's what we see. We see business leaders managing sole trader businesses to large corporations. We see university graduates as our women uplift themselves academically. We see more home owners, ambitious women working hard to build their own legacy. We see leadership at home, with women proudly providing for and taking care of their families. We see entrepreneurs, Jamaican women playing a leading role in our economic growth. At Sagicor Bank, we see the invaluable contribution of women in the home, communities, businesses, and development of our country. That's why we're in their corner, supporting Jamaica's women as they strive to achieve their dreams.
Join us as we explore the power of nuclear applications for sustainable development at the Scientific Research Council's 31st Science and Technology Conference in cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, October 29 to November 1 at the Jamaica Conference Center. Discover groundbreaking research in nuclear science and its application in medicine, agriculture, environment protection, amongst others. 6.5 CME hours available. Register now at www.srcconference.com. Contact the Scientific Research Council at 876-927-1771 for more information. Question, tell me what you think about me.
Strong, achieved, accomplished, ambitious, going places, making moves up the ladder, successful, happy. Girls trip, girls flex, girls power, just you, yourself, your friends, and you. Miss Independent. On a lunch date, over drinks in the club.
I'm fine by myself.
I'm all about me.
I don't need a soul.
What purpose man serve?
Man of crosses. I do everything myself.
Miss Independent. All these qualities makes you good? Then hold on. Now you see him when I complain, say good man hard to find. I joke this. Join me, Rodney Campbell, every Tuesday from 9 to 10:30 p.m. for Affairs of the Heart, right here on Nationwide 90 FM. This Tuesday's topic: if every day you independent and no need man, why you call we a night?
Ooh, it's something about the way she moves.
Affairs of the Heart is brought to you by Supermed Pharmacy, Super Happy, Super Healthy, Supermed, and Durex, distributed by Massey Distribution Limited, Jamaica.
I'm Dennis Brooks.
I'm Marlon Campbell.
I'm Floyd Green. And I'm Garth Williams. Catch us on the Jamaican Dads podcast right here on Nationwide 90 FM, Thursdays at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m.
The Jamaican Dads podcast is all about providing men with a healthy, safe, and functional forum to tackle many of the taboo topics that concern our masculinity.
Like everyone else out there, we're dads of varying amounts of experience who come from different backgrounds and often view the world differently.
We're definitely not perfect, but we're all brethren and we're all committed to this piece of rock called Jamaica.
Too often, there are no safe spaces for men to explore the issues which are important to us.
Plus, most of the content out there about parenthood is produced by women, for women. So we think it is important that we be the change we want to see.
Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Jamaican Dads with a Z.
And definitely join us here on Nationwide 90 FM every Thursday at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m. for the Jamaican Dads podcast. It's a revolution in media.
It's 27 minutes after 6 o'clock, and we are now due to be bringing you a paid political broadcast of the governing Jamaica Labour Party from the constituency of Northwest St. Andrew, the constituency of the outgoing Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. It's coming to you from the Pembroke Hall Community Centre in the constituency, and our man on location is Ricardo Brooks. Good evening, Ricardo.
Good evening, Sir Cliff. Good evening to the listeners. Yes, it's a carnival-like atmosphere here at the Pembroke Hall Community Centre. The Labourites are steadily gathering to bid farewell to the man who has had stewardship of the country's finances over the last couple of years, Dr. Nigel Clark, on his way to take up a post in Washington, D.C. as Deputy Managing Director. The Labourites are in a celebratory mood from all I can see. The keynote speaker tonight will be the Prime Minister himself. Dr. Clark also expected to address the gathering. Of course, we expect the reins of the constituency to be handed over to the councillor in the constituency, Dwayne Smith. So far, not seeing the Prime Minister, not seeing Dr. Clark, but we have so far seen Carl Samuda. And as I said, the Labourites are steadily coming in busloads and carloads. And it's a carnival-like atmosphere here.
Well, I noticed Carl Samuda there. He is a veteran in the corporate area from the neighbouring constituency of North Central St. Andrew. And he would have seen a lot of stuff in his time. He has been there from the 1970s, from 1978. Yes, so he has been there for what? More than 40 years. So he is a very experienced hand at this. And are you learning anything? What are we likely to hear this evening?
Speculation. It's all speculation, so I'm not even going to venture down that road. But of course, there's an outstanding question, a question that most Jamaicans would be interested in seeing whether an answer is provided tonight. Yes, we know who will replace the finance minister in this constituency, but who will replace him at Hero Circle? Tongues are wagging, speculation is rife. The Prime Minister may or may not tonight show his cards as to who he's sending to Hero Circle. Of course, you know, Cliff, part of that speculation is that Andrew Holness may himself take that portfolio. So we're paying keen attention, and as soon as I see any other members of the cabinet, you can bet that's one of my first questions, and indeed to the Prime Minister himself, should I get that opportunity this evening.
Yes, and based on the calculus, the political calculus, it is seemingly more and more likely that it will be the Prime Minister who will be assuming the Finance Ministry's portfolio responsibilities and duties, because who else if it's not him?
And of course, such a move comes with several challenges. Key among them, the fact that he already has so much on his plate. The fact that the next budget is expected to be the one before the general election, so keen attention will be on that. And of course, there is an elephant in the room. The fact that an agency of the Ministry of Finance is, as we speak, investigating on a referral from the Integrity Commission, the Prime Minister's finances. Could that complicate any move on his part to take possession of that ministry? You can be sure the opposition would pounce at something like that. They would cry shame, I expect, that there's going to be the potential for a conflict of interest. So several dominoes that he has to consider as to how he plays them and how he plays his cards. But as you've been saying, as the pundits have been saying, it's looking increasingly likely that he will take control of the ministry as the substantive minister, and perhaps have a minister without portfolio with responsibility for the day-to-day operations, or a minister of state. Of course, the listeners would know well that the Minister of Finance has to come from among the 63 members of the House of Representatives.
And what do you think on the likelihood of the most qualified on paper, certainly the Education Minister, Favour Williams, could get the work?
I think if it's for a day-to-day running of the ministry, I don't think that would be a bad move. Because substantively, the Prime Minister would be the one who rises in the Parliament to, for example, make any kind of statement. Should he take the portfolio, he would be the one who would have to make the contribution to the budget debate. And of course, let us be clear that whatever is contained in that budget that's to come, that we can't escape the fact that that is going to be the election budget. Increasingly, we've been hearing him becoming more and more strident and indicating that he is now ready to answer his critics, and he's had mounting criticism leveled at him, and he's been increasingly saying to us, I am going to respond, and I'm going to defend the record of this government and make the case for a third term. And let's also be honest, he is one of the most effective, if not the most effective, spokespersons in his government, and the most popular minister in his government. He continues to be, and he continues to enjoy some well of goodwill among sections of the Jamaican population. So certainly from a communication standpoint, and certainly for what is to come, it could make sense. Of course, there's also the consideration, if he takes finance, he's also the Prime Minister. The People's National Party has trained its
firepower
on him, absolutely. And you can expect that if he takes that portfolio, that would be increased tenfold.
And I think you're onto something, because that's precisely why the PNP has targeted the Prime Minister. They've targeted Andrew Holness. They know the Jamaica Labour Party traditionally is more leader-centric than the PNP, although the PNP is very much leader-centric, but the JLP tends to depend and to build its almost political raison d'etre around the party leader. Yes, the party leader, the political leader. And Holness has been carrying the Jamaica Labour Party for the last decade. Yes, and as such, the PNP recognizes as a strategy, if they target him, effectively reduce his standing, deplete his political capital, then they can move in for the political kill. Will that work? I don't know. Time will tell.
Right. I mean, the polling certainly indicates that after 8 years of consistent attacks, they've started to chip away. Not significantly, but they've certainly started to chip away at his popularity. So there is that political risk. The pundits have also been saying that it's time now for the backbenchers and other members of the cabinet to step forward and take some of the burden, and certainly the messaging burden, from the Prime Minister. They have to now become more strident acolytes as we're heading into the final stretch of the term of this government. So a lot of calculations.
And the other important thing about this evening, and the fact that you're in Northwest St. Andrew, the departure of Dr. Nigel Clark is a significant blow politically to Andrew Holness and the government. Nigel Clark emerged over the last 5 years. He's been finance minister just about 6 years plus. And he has emerged over the last 5 years as a potent political messenger for the government, for the Jamaica Labour Party, although some will not admit it. But even his rivals, the opposition, grudgingly admit, yes, that he has been an effective Minister of Finance. He inspires confidence, yes, he's trusted, yes, he's seen as a credible voice, and the Labour Party administration of Andrew Holness is going to be poorer after tomorrow when he demits office on Wednesday. It is going to be poorer.
But Cliff, I think there's something to be said there about the judgment of the Prime Minister. And perhaps the Jamaican people should feel reasonably confident that he has the judgment to make the right call at the right time. Because recall, when he did move in to displace Audley Shaw from finance to get Nigel Clark in, there were a lot of political maneuvers, first to get him in his constituency and then to place him at Hero Circle. There were concerns, there were questions as to whether this private sector leader could rise to the occasion in the way that obviously he has the technical and financial know-how, but certainly as it relates to commanding confidence in terms of how he communicates and winning confidence, there were questions, and I think a lot of people forget that. The Prime Minister was obviously comfortable with his decision, and then over time we saw Dr. Clark grow into the role and exceed, I think, all expectations. So there's something to be said about the Prime Minister's judgment. If he indeed decides to take it for himself or assign it to somebody else, I think the Jamaican people should be reasonably confident he's going to make the right call. Also recall, Cliff, that financial policy is a matter for the cabinet. So yes, Dr. Clark has been executing, but this has been the financial policy position of the government of Andrew Holness. Yes, so I don't know if I agree that there's necessarily going to be a departure from that, because this has been the orthodoxy that they have held to as a cabinet.
I'm not saying there's going to be a departure from what has been the financial economic anchor for all the Holness administration. What I'm saying is that the administration at this critical political juncture is losing one of its most effective spokespersons on the national stage. Nigel brought to the job, yes, a level of respectability, confidence, trust, and also a very articulate performer on his feet. Just look at the budget debates, where he effectively not only neutralized, but really won the debate year after year for the administration. And from that perspective, the administration is going to be weaker after Wednesday. Yes?
Yeah, well, certainly in losing Dr. Clark, yes. But as I said, going forward, I think there are still credible voices who could carry the banner. But it's to be seen. It's to be seen.
Yes, it is to be seen. Yes, and the situation in Northwest St. Andrew, who will replace him there? Councillor Dwayne Smith, the son of the veteran Member of Parliament before, Derek Smith. And
that's the expectation. In fact, most of the Labourites I'm seeing so far, they're decked out in Dwayne Smith shirts. The shirts say Smith we pick. Yeah? So that certainly seems to be the expectation. They are here in their hundreds, and they're wearing the shirt endorsing his candidacy. So that seems to be the expectation.
Yes. There are a couple of other things we need to address our minds to as listeners. We are coming to you from Pembroke Hall Community Centre. It's a paid political broadcast by the governing Jamaica Labour Party. We're expecting to hear from the outgoing Finance Minister and MP, Dr. Nigel Clark, as well as the party leader, the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. I haven't seen it yet, but do you know whether Nigel Clark has officially resigned yet as Member of Parliament, Ricardo?
No word on that. And the Labour Rights Section, as I said, I have not seen many senior figures of the party to put the question to, or of the government. The Labour Rights I've been talking to, they are also not sure. They seem to suggest that he's still, at this hour, their Member of Parliament.
But that resignation is inevitable because we know his final day on the job is Wednesday, October 30, right?
It would be imminent. And perhaps at the end of tomorrow's sitting of the House of Representatives, it may come.
Yes. And we expect as well to hear between tonight and tomorrow, if not Wednesday, who will replace him at Finance. We also anticipate there is a vacancy in the Senate with a resignation from the Senate of the former Cabinet Minister Matthew Samuda, who went on to win the by-election in Northeast St. Anne. He has not yet been reappointed to the government, to the administration. We expect that reappointment will come this week when the changes that are likely to come with the departure of Clark will be made, because certainly will Matthew Samuda be returning to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, or will he be given another ministry? Yes, we are hearing word that we should also expect another resignation from the government benches in the upper house in the Senate. We are hearing that a government senator who is not ill, may be making way to create another vacancy in the Senate, and the Prime Minister will or may look at replacing him with someone who can also walk into the cabinet. We're hearing sounds that there could be changes in terms of having the electoral timetable in focus. Belmont Road needs help. The party's base needs help. The Prime Minister said in town in Northern Clarendon yesterday that they are doing a robust assessment of the party machinery and representatives because they need to start caring about the base of the Labour Party. That requires more hands-on help at Belmont Road. Yes? So a lot of things to expect this week.
Absolutely. And only one man has the full view of the deck of cards. That's Dr. Andrew Holness, and we expect him here tonight. As we move on, Cliff, I'll be trying to get some interviews with some party activists, some party workers, and officials from the communication task force to try to get a sense of what we should expect tonight. I'll be speaking to Marlon Morgan first, and then I also saw Senator Abka Fitz-Henley. We'll start with those two. I suppose after the break?
Yes, let's go to the break and come back.
All right.
So where you get? The new Popeye's blackened chicken sandwich, my girl. The flavor just hits different.
Blackened like it burn up?
Nah, man. Blackened because of the color of the Louisiana herbs and spices. Blackened like the flavor buck. No breading and the seasoning soaked deep in the chicken. But get yours and try it, cause me nah share here. Get the new Popeye's blackened chicken sandwich. Limited time only.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
It's time for a new look. And high time to get serious about protecting our home and investment.
It's time to choose BH Paints with over 60 years experience in quality paint finishes. Their products are superior and long-lasting.
Time to check them out.
Ask about BH Paint's 100% acrylic Ultima Plus paint and primer in one. Experience rich colors with advanced UV and mildew-resistant technologies, independently tested by experts. What are you waiting for? Visit a BH Paints Color Center today.
Thinking of going overseas to study but have more questions than answers? Attend Cup Fest 2024, the ultimate education fair at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel on October 29 and 30. Meet with schools from across the world. Explore McGill University, Seneca Polytechnic, University of South Florida, and many others. Receive professional guidance to unlock your next educational move. On-spot applications available. Join them at the Jamaica Pegasus on October 29 to 30 from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Admission is free.
We're committed to reducing the impact of disasters occurring in Jamaica. Hurricanes can happen, so be prepared.
You good, Mark? No, from where they may have these terrible heartburns. I don't know why. What kind of food you eating? To tell you the truth, I mostly eat fast food. I live alone and I'm too busy for cook my youth. That's your problem. You're eating too much processed food and building up trans fat. Trans fat? What that? Trans fat is a type of fat in a processed foods like fried chicken, fries, donuts, and them things there. So how that cause heartburn? So eating trans fat can cause acid reflux. So if you don't stop eat it or cut back on the amount you eat, things can get worse. Like what? You can get heart attacks, stroke, type 2 diabetes, or even die. But fats and oils not important for eat, my youth. Yes, but the healthy kind in a vegetable aisle, nuts and fish. Okay, I'm gonna switch up my diet starting today. Just remember to balance it out with your fresh fruits, vegetables, and ground provision.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
When Sagicor Bank thinks of a woman, here's what we see. We see business leaders managing sole trader businesses to large corporations. We see university graduates as our women uplift themselves academically. We see more home owners, ambitious women working hard to build their own legacy. We see leadership at home, with women proudly providing for and taking care of their families. We see entrepreneurs, Jamaican women playing a leading role in our economic growth. At Sagicor Bank, we see the invaluable contribution of women in the home, communities, businesses, and development of our country. That's why we're in their corner, supporting Jamaica's women as they strive to achieve their dreams.
Minutes going up to 7 o'clock up until 9:30 this evening. We're going to be coming to you live from a paid political broadcast of the governing Jamaica Labour Party. They're coming to you from the Pembroke Hall Community Centre in Northwest St. Andrew, the constituency of the outgoing Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. He demits office on Wednesday, October 30, and heads to the International Monetary Fund as a Deputy Managing Director come November 1. On location, Ricardo Brooks. Good evening once again, Ricardo.
Good evening, Cliff, and I have with me Marlon Morgan, a member of the JLP's Communication Task Force. Good evening, Mr. Morgan.
Hi, good evening, Ricardo. Let me say good evening to Cliff in studio.
Good evening.
And of course to the throng of NNN listeners across Jamaica, and in particular, of course, my Jamaica Labour Party family.
And they're also listening in their hundreds, more than almost 2,000 of them on our YouTube platform from all over the world. People like Jervan Bennett, Willow Will, San, Wilbert Davis, Juliet Sanchez, Bally, Michael, Kevin Bailey, Donovan Walker. They're all here listening. Go ahead.
Marlon Morgan, what should we expect this evening?
Well, of course, this evening essentially is a kind of a bittersweet moment. Nigel Clark, I think, for all intents and purposes, and indeed in the estimation of the vast majority of the Jamaican people, has distinguished himself and invariably is a colossus in the Jamaican body politic. He would have attained and earned for himself a place in the annals of modern Jamaican political history. I trust that we'll be hearing this evening a lot of contextualization of Nigel's contribution. In your editorializing earlier, Cliff and Ricardo, mention was made of the context within which Nigel Clark emerged. Of course, having served all his life prior in the private sector and being minted circa 2018 as Jamaica's finance minister or chancellor of the exchequer. And so his legacy will be outlined and underscored in no uncertain terms this evening, because we cannot take Nigel's contribution and that of the administration of which he has been a part for granted, because so many instructive elements are there, and we trust that we will have an outline, and as media you will unpack them going forward.
You said it's a bittersweet moment. Is that a concession that his leaving the government is going to leave the cabinet weaker?
You know, one of the things we are very mindful of as an administration is that where others see crisis and are somehow daunted, we see opportunity. And so for the JLP, in as much as our Prime Minister Andrew Holness had the foresight and good judgment to recruit into the politics a Nigel Clark, he's the same Andrew Holness who would have recruited a Favour Williams some time ago. He's the same Andrew Holness who would have recruited a Dana Morris Dixon, a Abka Fitzhenley, my good friend and colleague, into the Labour Party to deepen the party's bench and deepen the party's store of assets, human resources, essentially. And so whilst Nigel indeed has large boots that he will leave behind to be filled, I can't come and insult the intelligence of the Jamaican people by suggesting that we're not losing a giant, we're not losing a colossus. But what is obvious is that the party has capacity. We have been recruiting, we have been deepening our bench, and I trust in the days to come you will hear and get a better appreciation from the Prime Minister himself as to some of his thoughts in terms of injecting talent into the administration.
In terms of the state of the party's machinery, obviously you're heading now into your annual conference next month, and so your political activity is at an all-time high. What would you say is the state of the machinery? Certainly this might be your last conference before you go into a general election.
Well, absolutely. Having marked having observed the 4-year mark in the life of the administration back on the 3rd of September, we are invariably in the last year of our 5-year term of office, with, of course, the elections being constitutionally due by September of 2025. And so the political machinery is of considerable moment at this time in particular. I happen to have been in Central St. James speaking to the masses there at the Coronel Avenue Primary School last evening, and we had a comprehensive outline from our General Secretary, Dr. the Honorable Horace Chang, in terms of where we are as a secretariat. So we are readying the machinery. The Labour Party constituency chairmen across the country have their mandate. They know what to pay attention to. We are essentially tightening the screws. I would say we are just about election ready as yet, but we are certainly getting there. The third term is loading, and also loading is a state of optimized readiness in the Labour Party's machinery and Belmont Road operations.
It's loading now because over the time that you've been in government, isn't it true that you've ignored it? You've largely ignored the machinery. You've been focused on governance, and the politics has taken a backseat.
There's no denying that there is room for improvement if you are an honest and introspective organization, and if you are contemplative as individuals, both collectively and individually. Now, we recognize in the party that there was a degree of connection that needed to have been ramped up. We are seeking to do that to even greater effect in the weeks and months ahead. You will appreciate, though, Ricardo and Cliff, that coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, as I would have shared with your listeners a few Fridays ago when we had the Blue Dot poll findings, powered by Total Tools, of course, when we had that exchange, I made the point that early in the life of this administration, in terms of the second term, we would have been navigating the vicissitudes of the COVID-19 pandemic. We would have been stabilizing the economy, and ensuring at the same time that while the grass grows, the horse doesn't stop. So
are the Jamaican people accepting that message, though, Marlon? Are they accepting that? Because we've heard it from you, and to be fair, yes, it's true. But are you finding that they're accepting that message?
One of the things we have to appreciate in the politics is a degree of instantaneous gratification. We are now in a microwave society, as it were, where people want things here and now, in the moment. And so I will concede and accept that in terms of heightened and optimized presence at the level of the political party, there are persons who would have wanted to have seen more of that. Indeed, there are Labourites up and down the country, Ricardo and Cliff, who would have wanted to see the Labour Party more present. And we can't fly in their faces and discount or overlook their concerns. Many of them are legitimate, and the truth of the matter is that the party is a listening and focused movement. We are an organization of the people. We take our dictates from the JLP supporters and by extension the Jamaican people who we serve by extension.
Marlon, are you hearing me?
Yes, Cliff, I'm hearing.
Ricardo, let me ask Marlon, because he did allude to what he thinks is coming. That is the Prime Minister always looking to recruit and to inject new talent into the party and his government. When are we likely to see the manifestation of the new talent and the changes?
Cliff, I would use two words. Soon.
How
soon?
Yes.
Soon.
Soon meaning beginning this week? The finance minister leaves?
I would say in the days ahead. So we are mindful, Cliff. There's a clear timeline. Nigel demits office essentially the middle of this week. He will make his way to his new engagement outside of Jamaica. And so we know that the finance ministry post, at least the portfolio holder, has to be in place, as is the case with the National Security Minister. So you cannot have any undue period of interregnum between one minister vacating or demitting office and another portfolio minister assuming. But in terms of what is to come, whether it is this week or next week, I will just say that the Prime Minister has his hand on the wheels. He is very mindful of this particular moment, and I very well believe that in the days ahead we'll be hearing what the Prime Minister's thoughts are and how he is going to be configuring his administration.
So Marlon, help us to understand. He has a vacancy in the Ministry of Finance. He has a vacancy in the Senate, yes, with Matthew Samuda. We are hearing word that another vacancy is going to arise in the Senate due to ill health. We understand that he may be looking to do something of a reshape of his government. We hear that he's looking for new talent. And one of the new talent I'm hearing is a man by the name of Marlon Morgan, that you may be going to the Senate. Is that so?
Cliff, I am a Jamaican who has spent considerable time developing myself and, of course, acquiring and attaining the requisite capacity and expertise to serve the Jamaican people at any level. I have done a stint in the civil service, getting a good appreciation for the bureaucracy, the organization and operations of central government. I have served on several public body boards, and so I have an appreciation for how public bodies ought to operate and corporate governance. It would be premature and inappropriate of me to preempt the Prime Minister in any way, but what I will say is that in classical Westminster tradition, Cliff, the Prime Minister has a prerogative to exercise, and he will be making a determination soon as to how he comprises and constitutes the cabinet, his executive, and I'm one of those persons who stand ready and prepared to serve the Jamaican people at any level, at any point in time. When I was on Cliff Hughes Online last week with the PNP's Colin Campbell, I told you, Cliff, I telegraphed to the Jamaican people that I am stuck and ready, whether it is 3 a.m. in the morning or at 11 p.m. at night. I am stuck and ready, willing, available, and able to serve.
That Ricardo sounds like a man ready to step into whatever office he's being offered.
Should the call come. Listeners, this is a paid political broadcast from Northwest St. Andrew. Just to tell you, Cliff, that so far now the Education Minister Favour Williams has arrived. So too the local government Minister Desmond McKenzie, who is also the Deputy Leader for Area Council 1. This is being billed as an Area Council 1 meeting. So two of the members of Parliament, certainly in Area Council 1, Desmond McKenzie and Favour Williams, have now arrived, and the crowd is getting thicker. And as I said to you, it's a carnival-like atmosphere here for this Area Council meeting.
Well, Ricardo, I'm going to leave it to you now. I'm going to head somewhere else, and I will continue to listen.
All right. So, listeners, we're going to take a break, yeah, here at Pembroke Hall, and come back with more of this JLP Area Council 1 meeting, the farewell for the Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. Marlon, Morgan, thank you so much.
All the best, Ricardo.
Yeah,
anytime.
Appreciate it.
Pass your exams at Maths Unlimited with Exam Pass, the 3-step system to exam success. 1. Complete critical topics in teaching sessions. 2. Do past paper questions by topic in practice sessions. 3. Revise intensely with topic reviews and exam drills. CSEC, CAPE, PEP, City and Hills, face-to-face and online. Call or WhatsApp 876-540-9281.
So where you get? The new Popeye's blackened chicken sandwich, my girl. The flavor just hits different.
Blackened like it burn up?
Nah, man. Blackened because of the color of the Louisiana herbs and spices. Blackened like the flavor buck. No breading and the seasoning soaked deep in the chicken. But get yours and try it, cause me nah share yours. Get the new Popeye's blackened chicken sandwich. Limited time only.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Looking to add a touch of elegance to your room? The Lighting World by Fosrich is having a massive lighting blowout sale. Get your wall lamps, chandeliers, ceiling lamps, fans, and more at amazingly low prices. Sale begins Sunday, September 29, with up to 50% off selected items. It's the Fosrich Lighting Blowout Sale, September 29. Shop and save only at Fosrich. Open Sundays.
Are you ready to turn your sales and marketing skills into high earnings? Nationwide 90FM is searching for business development executives to build lasting client relationships. If you have experience across all stages of the sales cycle and possess strong communication, negotiation, and time management skills with a proven sales track record, this opportunity is perfect for you. Join our team and work with the top corporate brands, media agencies, and of course, our on-air personalities. Enjoy networking opportunities, professional growth, and competitive commissions. Ready to take the next step? Send your resume to hr@nationwidenewsnetwork.com today.
Good evening to you. If you're just joining us, this is a paid political broadcast from Northwest St. Andrew, the constituency of the Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. The constituency is host to an Area Council 1 meeting of the Jamaica Labour Party. Yes, the Finance Minister, of course, expected to demit office on Wednesday. So, sort of farewell for him. And I've been telling you, listeners, it's a carnival-like atmosphere. The Labourites are in a celebratory mood. I have with me the Minister of Local Government, Desmond McKenzie. He's also Chairman of Area Council and Deputy Leader of Area Council 1, and he'll be, I understand, chairing tonight's proceedings. Yes.
Right.
Welcome, Minister.
Welcome and thanks, Ricardo, and thanks to Cliff, and thanks to the nationwide listeners and viewers out there.
So, you know the speculation is what will happen tonight. What are we to expect from this meeting tonight?
Well, this is one of the requirements of the Labour Party, that leading up to conference, constituencies and area councils should hold meetings as a part of the party's requirement. And one of the business that we'll be doing tonight is that the leader of the party and the deputy leader will be formally nominated, as is the requirement of the party. So that will take place tonight. And then it is an area council meeting involving our Northwest St. Andrew. As you know, that Dr. Clark is going to be leaving us. And it's appropriate that the area council acknowledge his contribution and work.
So, any indication as to whether the Prime Minister will name his replacement at Finance?
That is a matter for the Prime Minister. I can't speak on that, and even if I knew,
you wouldn't tell me.
Because that would not, that is a position for the decision for the Prime Minister to make.
All right, so let's talk about Area Council 1 then. Obviously, a critical area council for the governing party, and the People's National Party has been saying they're targeting constituencies across the corporate area. What's the level of strength of the Labour Party across the area council?
Well, the level of the strength of the Labour Party is still there because we are the dominant party in the corporate area, even although the present situation at the KSMAC is 2020. We still control the majority of constituencies across the corporate area. There is work for us to do to improve on what we have, and we have been doing that over the last couple of months, and we will continue. We will intensify those activities leading up and beyond the party's conference, because it is important that the Labour Party in the corporate area continue to demonstrate that level of dominance that we have been enjoying since 2002.
And you expect to be returned unopposed as deputy leader?
Well, anybody can be nominated, so I am not sure if there's any other nomination.
Yes.
So the nominations, as I said before, for leader and for deputy leader has to be done from the level of the area councils, and we will be doing that as a part of the official business of the area council this evening.
And give our listeners an understanding of what exactly is the role of the deputy leader in the GLP.
Well, the GLP is divided into two area councils. Area Council 1, 2, 3. And the deputy leaders, by virtue of the party's constitution, has responsibility for the designated area council. So Kingston and St. Andrew falls under Area Council 1, and the deputy leaders in the respective area councils is like the manager on the ground for the party's activities. We coordinate, we do the interviews at the local level for candidates and move it up to the party. So it is, our role is not a role to fit in for the leader. We are deputy leaders with specific responsibilities for our respective area councils.
And do you expect that all your candidates that you have now, all your members of parliament, all your caretakers, you'll run them again at the next election?
Well, as I said before, we are doing an assessment on all constituencies, including mine. So all constituencies in the area council are being assessed. And once we would have concluded those assessments, then we would make a general view of what has taken place. And then we would take the necessary steps, either to strengthen, if that is the case, or if it becomes necessary for persons to be pulled back. But we have not reached that stage.
Right.
As I said before, we are assessing, and I must tell you that the area council continue to be strong. We continue to work, and we continue to work hard, because we know the importance of the corporate area as it relates to the Labour Party and the impact that it has on the wider Jamaica.
Let's talk a little bit about your portfolio now as minister, because obviously as local government minister, your ministry is perhaps closest to the everyday lives of the Jamaican people, talking about markets, that kind of a thing.
Yes.
Indigent housing, for example. And you have been doing a lot of work, certainly in terms of upgrading markets and on the score of indigent housing. Talk to us about some of the things that you've been doing over the last quarter, for example.
Well, we have intensified our indigent housing program. The Prime Minister and myself was in St. Thomas in Seaford, handing over a 2-bedroom unit to a recipient. And we have had some additional funding in the budget, an additional $250 million that will allow us over the next couple of months to roll out another 40 housing units. Presently we have about 11 units under construction, and 4 is ready to be handed over. So we are expecting by the end of the calendar year, going into the financial year next year, that we would be close to doing an additional 35 to 40 units, and to proceed beyond that. So we have intensified that. We are also making special arrangements in regards to markets. We've got some money again in the supplementary budget. We're going to be looking at some work that we started on markets. We started that last year, and we are going to be continuing that program on markets. The road situation, we're working closely with the Spark program, because the first phase of the Spark program is including community roads, parochial roads.
Right.
So a significant portion of the Spark program will be done on parochial roads. Now remember, the Spark program is not a councillor and MP program. It's a general program where consultations have taken place.
But the PNP has tried to paint it as that you're really, they say, locking out the councillors, and that central government, local government ministry is just directing everything.
Well, I'm amazed at that, because our first consultation was held in Western St. Andrew.
Anthony Hilton.
Right. The mayor of Kingston was present at that consultation. The mayor was actually at least 2 of the consultations and endorsed the program. You see, politically, it is in their interest to discredit the program. But let me say to you that the capacity of local government and the National Works Agency has to combine as one, because it is the first in our history that any government has ever made this attempt to deal with the question of roads. $40 billion. Some people say that is probably still not enough, but it has never been attempted before.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you that we have had consultations right across the island, where MPs, councillors, mayors have been there. But you see, politically, when it suits them, they raise those concerns. But the Spark program is a program in the first phase that speaks to community roads, and 99.33% of community roads are municipal roads.
There's been a challenge with procurement, and as you said, this kind of project has never been undertaken. It's just a significant investment in the country's road infrastructure. But you know the challenges with procurement.
I know the challenge.
Aren't you worried that is going to stymie what you can do with this massive allocation?
We are worried, but I do know that the committee have met and that the procurement is well advanced on the road. It takes some time, and you see, this is what the country has to appreciate, because people want accountability,
Right.
they want transparency.
Absolutely.
So we want to do it the right way so that we don't allow anybody to throw stones to say ABC. The same way in which they are trying to discredit the efforts of the government in the hurricane relief by coming up with some ridiculous argument about distributions were done on a political basis.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, those persons who are seeking to represent the country, who are seeking power, they will do anything at their disposal to create a picture that the government is not doing. We are doing, and we are ensuring that we stick to the guidelines.
In terms of the consultations you've been having now, how have those been going?
They have been going well. The consultations,
So they're still underway now?
Yes, because remember now, the first phase is just one phase.
Right.
And we are having these consultations in a way that will allow the citizens the opportunity to speak about the roads. And we're not just talking about fixing roads, because the Spark program is not a patching program. I want to make that point. It is not a patching program. It is a program that will rehabilitate road networks right across the country. And it is persons coming, making recommendations. An assessment is done of the recommendations, and we continue to engage communities. And once the engagement, so we're putting in pipelines, we're putting in sidewalks, we're putting in infrastructure where no infrastructure exists. So it is an expansive program. And I must tell you, a lot of them who here are complaining, embrace the program, came out at the consultations. And all the questions that they raised, those questions were answered. We are in now the silly season, so everybody's going to come with some level of stupidity, and we're just dismissing that. Our intention is to do the work, to deliver, because this government has been performing since 2016. Some of the things that we have done, no other government has ever attempted to do it. It is the Andrew Holness government and the Jamaica Labour Party. And I am one here, I'm not going to back down about the performance of the administration. And I'm not going to allow those who did absolutely nothing before to try to discredit and to paint a dismal picture about Jamaica and the performance of Dr. Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party.
This is sounding like the campaign message that you're going to bring to the people in a couple of months.
Well, let us put it this way. We have to sell ourselves.
Yes.
We cannot allow persons who have no track record to try to erase what we have done. I challenge them, and they can come out and provide it to show me one thing that they have done for local government that can surpass one of the programs that we have instituted since 2016. Right? I challenge them on that. I'm not saying Ricardo and Cliff and nationwide listeners that everything is rosy.
Right.
Because every government have challenges right across the world. If we look at now what is happening in the Middle East, what is happening in Ukraine, it is having an effect on us as a country, because we are a country that is dependent on a lot of imports. So every country has its challenges. And I'm not saying that we here in Jamaica don't have our challenges, but when we have our challenges, we don't sweep it under the carpet. We move aggressively to tackle these problems, and I'm proud of the achievements of the Jamaica Labour Party under Dr. Andrew Holness.
But you accept that it's going to be a hard sell, right? Because there's a level of, what do you call it now, despondency, unease in the population. You accept that it's going to be a hard sell?
In all of my years of politics, any government in a free democracy.
Yes.
Take out totalitarian government.
Yes.
Any government in a free democracy who is looking a third term, there must be some challenges.
Yes.
And we are one. If you name me one free democracy in the world where the government has been there consistently for more than 3 consecutive years, I will raise my hand. Right? I know there are challenges, and we are prepared for those challenges. We have been working.
Yes.
Right? The wider Jamaica Labour Party has been put to work by the leadership of the party. And there are things that is happening right across, not just in Area Council 1, but right across all the area councils in the country.
So you're going to fight for that third
No,
term?
no, listen. This is one election.
Yes.
I am confident
Yes.
of the outcome for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Oh, yes?
Confident. And let me tell you something. Fluff don't win election.
So that's all the PNP has, fluff?
You ask them to give you one policy. One policy. Tell us one thing that they will do differently from what we are doing.
Has the conference planning started?
Oh yeah, we are well advanced with our planning for party conference. The committee has been meeting, and we will have another meeting this week of the conference committee.
And this should be one of your biggest, because it's the last one we expect before the general election.
Well, it is going to be the mother of our conference.
All right. And he's usually the chair of conference, listeners. So if he tells you that, believe him. Desmond McKenzie is the deputy leader in charge of Area Council 1. We are in Area Council 1 for a paid political broadcast, Northwest St. Andrew. The farewell for the Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. Desmond McKenzie, thank you so much
Thank
for your
you,
time.
Ricardo.
I appreciate
and
it.
Cliff and
All
Nationwide.
right. So Desmond McKenzie will be chairing tonight's proceedings, listeners. The crowd is getting thicker and thicker as the minutes tick by. We are still awaiting the arrival of Dr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, as well as his outgoing Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. We take the break and come back with more from the Jamaica Labour Party's Area Council 1 meeting in Northwest St. Andrew.
Need to make a change to your title or need a title? Geoland Title Limited. They do lost title application, add and remove names from titles, wills, estates. First-time registration land surveys also included. Affordable rates and flexible payment options. NLA adjudication and land titling waivers also available. They have 8 locations island-wide. Call 876-754-6436 or visit their website at geolandonline.com. Geoland Title Limited. Secure your land, secure your title.
Join us as we explore the power of nuclear applications for sustainable development at the Scientific Research Council's 31st Science and Technology Conference in cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, October 29 to November 1 at the Jamaica Conference Center. Discover groundbreaking research in nuclear science and its application in medicine, agriculture, environment protection, amongst others. 6.5 CME hours available. Register now at www.srcconference.com. Contact the Scientific Research Council at 876-927-1771 for more information.
Question, tell me what you think about me.
Strong, achieved, accomplished, ambitious, going places, making moves up the ladder, successful, happy. Girls trip, girls flex, girls power, just you, yourself, your friends, and you. Miss Independent. On a lunch date, over drinks in the club.
I'm fine by myself.
I'm all about me. I don't need a soul.
What purpose man serve?
Man of crosses.
I do everything myself.
Miss Independent, all these qualities makes you good? Then hold on. Now you see him when I complain, say good man hard to find. I joke this. Join me, Rodney Campbell, every Tuesday from 9 to 10:30 p.m. for Affairs of the Heart, right here on Nationwide 90 FM. This Tuesday's topic: if every day you independent and no need man, why you call we a night?
Ooh, it's something about, just something about the way she moves.
Affairs of the Heart is brought to you by Supermed Pharmacy, Super Happy, Super Healthy, Supermed, and Durex, distributed by Massey Distribution Limited, Jamaica.
Good evening again, listeners. Thank you so much for staying with us here on Nationwide at 5. This is a paid political broadcast by the Jamaica Labour Party Area Council 1 meeting in Northwest St. Andrew, the constituency of the outgoing Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. In many ways, it's a farewell for the minister. Yes, he's taking his leave from Andrew Holness' cabinet to take up a position, of course, as Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. They have started tonight's proceedings, so we'll throw you to the stage now where Desmond McKenzie is opening proceedings.
The presence of God the Almighty. Going to invite from Northwest, veteran party supporter, Sir Lati Bodil to come and to offer prayers. Give Lati a big hand.
Laborites everywhere. Those on the outside, could you kindly come inside? And those on the inside, could you be quiet? We're going to seek God's presence in this place this evening. One quick verse of this song. Please stand. I must have the Savior with me, for I dare not walk alone. I must feel His presence near me, and His arms around me thrown. Then my soul shall fear no ill. Let He lead me where He will. We will go without a murmur, and His footsteps follow still. All heads bow while we seek the presence of God. Kind, loving, eternal Father, Lord, we give you thanks for this another day. We thank you, Lord, because we gather in this place this evening, Lord, to lift up and to adore your precious name. We thank you for journeying mercies to be here. Lord, as we gather together, Lord, as a family, you know the cause and the reason why we are here. We are here, oh God, because we work and we support the Jamaica Labour Party. Lord, the party of choice, the party, oh God, that formed the government that is leading Jamaica at this time. Lord, we thank you for the workers of the party. We thank you for the leader and the leaders of our party. Lord, we pray for guidance. We pray for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Lord, we pray for those who are on their way, hasten their footsteps to be here. Guide us, O thou great Jehovah. Lord, we are pilgrims through this barren land. We are weak, but thou art mighty. Hold us with your powerful hand. Father God, we pray for our Prime Minister this evening. Lord God, you see the devil is around him, but Jesus, no weapon that form against him shall prosper. In the name of Jesus, we bind every evil forces, and we cut and declare and we decree that in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, he shall conquer. Jesus, we pray for the leaders of our party. We pray, God, that, oh God, Jamaica land we love. Oh God, we'll never go back there, because while you're in the vessel, we'll smile at the storm. Let everything that shall be said and done to the honor and glory of your name this evening, while we tell thee thanks, in Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, our strength and our Redeemer. Peace. Shower labor rights.
Kindly remain standing for the playing of the party's anthem.
Equal rights and justice is our everlasting song. Unity and progress
Thank you. Now, labor rights. The symbol of the Jamaica Labour Party is the bell. That means I don't want to hear nothing outside of the bell inside here tonight. First of all, I want to welcome each and every one of you to this meeting of the Area Council. Tonight, we have business to take care of. One of the business that we have to take care of tonight is that party conference is the 24th of November. And Area Council 1 has to nominate for the position of leader and deputy leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. And we're going to be doing that later on. But I want to, at this time, to acknowledge the Minister of Education, who is with us on the platform. Let's give a big welcome to MP Favour Williams. Member of Parliament and State Minister, Juliet Cuthbert Finn. Sitting in the audience is a man who is no stranger to this part of St. Andrew. The veteran himself, Carl Samuda and Mrs. Samuda. Come, Carl. You come up here, Carl. One of the longest serving councillors in the KSMAC, Councillor Vernon.
An election day, put your ex beside the bell. Roll call, Jamaica.
And the host councillor for this division, Councillor Andrew.
Make your mark. Prosperity, we say, make your mark.
Want to welcome Senator Apka Fitzgerald.
Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Antonia McCall.
And we have been joined by the Mayor of Maypen, Councillor Joel Williams.
Roll call. Prosperity.
And as he's standing in the crowd and hiding, the Deputy Mayor of Area Council 1 and Deputy Chairman Delroy Feder Williams, Senator Williams.
Make your mark. Roll call. Make your mark. Prosperity, we say, make your mark. Prosperity is yours. For Jamaica, you should vote. Roll call, brother, sister, roll call.
We have also with us a hard-working member of the party's PR team, Marlon Morgan with us. Welcome, Marlon. And young Tom Tavares Finson. And in the crowd, we have the deputy leader for Area Council 3, Michael Stern.
Jamaica, make your mark. Roll call, make your mark. Roll call.
And bordering this constituency and this division is whole heap a ton of love. Councillor Susan Senior.
Brother, sister, roll call. And to name a roll call. Roll call.
And so tonight, labor rights. We're coming live on radio. We're streaming on almost every social media page. Because the message, the goodness, and the love of this great Jamaica Labour Party must never be hidden from the people of Jamaica.
I love you, Lord.
Labour rights.
For your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up till I lay my head, oh, I will sing
of the goodness
of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God.
And if you believe the goodness of God, say, go on, Andrew.
You have led me through the fire in darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend. And I have lived in the goodness of God. Hey! 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. Oh yes you have. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh I will sing of the goodness of God.
And so tonight, labor rights, as we gather here in Pembroke, it is going to be a special evening here in Pembroke. So I invite you to sit back, relax. If you're standing, ensure you stand good, because the heat is on tonight. And for those who continue to doubt the ability of Dr. Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, this is just the beginning of what is to come. The late Gregory Isaac, and I rate you, Mr. DJ, if he can put you on it. When him talk about one man against the world.
victory. Smile. Fighting against conviction, yeah. One man against all nation. I didn't possess no diamonds, nor no pearls, so I became one man against the world. Oh. One man against the world. Oh boy. Fighting against men and people, yeah. Fighting against all evil.
Are you know labor rights? Area Council 1 tonight. Area Council 1 tonight will make it clear that we are standing shoulder to shoulder, back to back, side to side with Andrew Holness.
Marching on to victory. Labour Party marching, Labour Party marching on to victory.
And so tonight, they can't. None of them labor rights. None of them that you hear out there criticizing and trying to tear down Andrew Holness. In all of them years put together, they have not contributed to the growth and development of this country like what Dr. Andrew Holness has done for the people of Jamaica since 2016.
All them attack, you see all them attack, all them attack, all them attack, up to the wall them attack.
And labor rights, we're not going to allow them to destroy him. We're not going to allow them to tear down Andrew Holness. Because many people in this country have seen, they have felt the goodness of Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. And as a party, and as a area council, we are going to be standing with him. And you know, I'm going to say one thing to them. Don't you trouble Zion. And so tonight, labor rights, we have a long list of speakers. And I'm going to ensure that nobody goes over the time. Because we are here tonight to hear from our leader, from Dr. Clark, and others. So let me know. Ask now to come and to welcome you to his division, the counselor for the Marvelous division, Andrew Harris. I'm sorry, you and then division.
All right, labor rights. Show our labor rights. UN then massive. Shower. I know the chairman said the time is limited. But I'm going to take my 2 minutes just to tell you this. In 1958, they formed that thing that they call federation. And it was supposed to be a political alignment of the colonies that Britain ruled at the time. And it was defunct and was mashed up in 1961 by the means of a referendum. Taking that referendum in 1961, I think this election that is coming up next year is going to be the second most important election in our political history, especially when it comes to the Jamaica Labour Party. Because this is going to be the first in our history that we will be going and we will be delivered a third term. So Labour Rights, I wanted to ensure that each and every one of us, you don't have to ask me, because I am a councillor, so I am right at the bottom of the pit. So I know all the foolishness that is going on, and we know all of the disgruntlement, but let's not take our eyes off the prize. Let us ensure that Andrew Holness and his team is returned. When he is returned, we can always continue the struggle for whatever it is we think we should be getting. So I'm going to be very short and just ask you to ensure that you and your neighbor vote for Labour. Show our Labour rights.
Marching on to victory. Thank you. Let me again remind you that the symbol of the party is the bell. Is the bell. And I'm going to ask you people standing there in front of the cameras to leave this area open. Labour Rights. Let me now welcome to bring his greetings. A man who has been a long-standing, hard-working councillor in the KSMAC and a good friend of Northwest. Let's welcome Councillor Vernon McLeod.
Man a general, if you get a youth, man a godfather, man a general. Them for know, man a general. God of peace, angel of death. If you get a youth, don't fret. From you have life, you have everything. Them couldn't stop my
Family, Labour Party family. Good evening, and let me welcome you to this constituency, Northwest St. Andrew. In Northwest St. Andrew, we don't know how to lose elections, and we don't want to know how to lose elections. But, you know, speaking of family, our Honorable Prime Minister is not here. And you all know that our body, that anytime one part of our body hurts, it affects the entire body. And so it is with our Labour Party family. Our dear Prime Minister, I'm sure where he is now, he's hurting. And therefore, all of us hurt with our Prime Minister. But they're not going to stop us at all. They're not going to stop us for the third term. And together, all of us, Labour Rights, we are going to do that which we can do to make sure that the Labour Party has a third term, straight term at politics. So what I'm asking you to do, I want you to listen carefully, please. What I'm asking you to do, I suspected that all of us voted in the last election. I suppose that all of us voted in the last election. So I'm asking you to find all the friends and families that you know who voted in the last election, to encourage them to vote in the next election coming up. And also to tell them, to tell their friends who they know who voted in the last election to make sure that they come out and vote. But speaking about family, this is indeed a special evening for us here in Northwest. It is an evening that it is filled with regrets and at the same time with joy. Regrets in that our Member of Parliament, Dr. Nigel Clark, is leaving us. And I suspect that this evening will be the last time we'll be hearing address us in Northwest, or maybe address the entire Labour Party. But he came to us in 2018. When he came to us, Nigel came as a corporate executive, jacket and tie and everything. And when he saw the enormity of the work in Northwest, he quickly adapted to that which is required of him. As a matter of fact, I can remember one evening when we were in Aki Walk. Nigel took off his jacket and was dancing in Aki Walk. So that's the nature of the man. He adapted quickly. And indeed, he did quite a bit. He's leaving quite a bit of legacy in Northwest. I just want to mention a few of them. One of his signature projects or legacy is that of the carpet roads that he has left. And the Marvel division in particular, the UNDN division in particular, if you drive through it, you realize the number of carpet roads that Nigel has left there. And roads in the other two divisions too, he has left. Not only is he leaving that as part of his legacy, he has done quite a bit of community work. He has upgraded parks. The park down here in Pembroke Hall, the park in Queensborough, and the park in Rompton Estate. Nigel has put in walking trails because he believes in exercise and a healthy nation. Nigel invested heavily in education. Hundreds of students for the 6.5 years that he is with us have benefited from his educational project. Not to mention book vouchers. Thousands upon thousands of students have received book vouchers from him. But you know something? We're not going to readily see the benefit of the education right now. But this is going to result in the quality of graduates that come out of the institutions later on. But he has not only done well in Northwest. Nigel has done exceedingly well in central government. And one of his signature projects in central government is the whole rationalization of a civil service. That has never been attempted before. And Nigel has fixed that. He has fixed that. And so tonight we want to say farewell to Nigel, and at the same time, we are welcoming our own Councillor Dwayne Smith. Dwayne Smith. And Dwayne is a three-time councillor, so he knows all about politics. We have already given Dwayne our commitment, total commitment. And Dwayne, we are working with you to ensure that you are seated at Gordon House when that election is done. So, Labourites, thank you and good evening. Show up.
Labour Party marching on. All right, marching on to victory.
Thank you. At this time, I'm just going to ask just to say how they do the Minister of Education and Member of Parliament for Eastern St. Andrew, MP Favour Williams.
Labour Party marching on. All right, marching on to victory. Labour Party marching. Labour Party marching. Marching on to victory.
Labourites, Labourites, let me say greetings to colleague ministers, MPs, MP caretaker, all the councillors who are here tonight, councillor caretakers, party faithful, good night to everyone. I bring you a whole lot of greetings from St. Andrew Eastern, and I know a lot of them are here tonight. Yes, St. Andrew Eastern is in the house. And I am here to stand with my friend, Dwayne Smith. Yes, as he takes over this constituency. And I look forward to welcoming him to Parliament when that time comes. And I know that Dwayne Smith is going to make a fine parliamentarian in the footsteps of his father, who was the former Minister of National Security, Derek Smith. Yes, so tonight is his night and we're here to celebrate with him. I know as well tonight we will hear from Minister Clark, and I want to wish him all the best as he takes up his position at the IMF. Minister Clark helped to carry this country through COVID and burial. Do you remember the first $10,000 that he gave to a lot of Jamaicans? You remember how you had to sign up online to get that $10,000? That was revolutionary at that time, and he has done a whole lot since. What I will remember Minister Clark for is the building of the various layers of buffers for the budget in the event of a disaster, to include what he famously called a cat bond. Hurricane Beryl proved the worth of that strategy when some 107 schools were severely damaged, and we were able, through the help of Minister Clark, to rebuild all of those schools within a matter of weeks. So I want to salute the Honorable Nigel Clark tonight as he takes his leave from us to go to the IMF, and to say to him, Godspeed. I know that you will do very well there as well. Good night, Laborites. Show Laborites.
Labour Party marching on. All right, marching on to victory.
Thank you. You know, Laborites, this is a family gathering. And I want now just to invite from Area Council 3, the Deputy Leader, Michael Stern, to bring greetings.
Them want to ram it up. I miss a cat away, them want to ram it up. And all the dog style and them a touch it up. From over Steroma, so now where them pick it up. When more robot and
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Area Council 1. Labour Rights of Area Council 1. I only have a short message for you. It's time that we make up with everybody. It's time that we make up with everyone our friends, with neighbor our friends. It's time that we start to work together to build back the Jamaica Labour Party for victory. Labour Right, let me tell you, we build the government and we have a good structure in government, but we don't want to turn back over that to the socialists them. The socialists them don't know how to run this country, and we're not going to tolerate that. So it's going to take hard work. It's going to take focus, and it's going to take us to start to love one another and work with one another again. So Labour Right, we love our leader. We love our leader. And let me tell you, in Area Council 3, we are going to deliver him. Right? We are working hard to make sure that we put back Dr. Andrew Michael Holness as Prime Minister of Jamaica in the next election. I want Area Council 1 to continue on that prosperity. Show a Labour Right! Show a Labour Right!
Vote for Labour. Grab your neighbor, vote for Labour. Tell your neighbor, we vote for Labour.
I'm going to ask, wherever you are, to stand, because I have a special person making an appearance here tonight. He started in West Central Kingston as Member of Parliament. And then After serving in West Central Kingston, he made his way to Northwest St. Andrew. Since that time, he has turned this constituency into a bulwark of support for the Jamaica Labour Party. And so tonight, we anticipate waiting on the arrival of former deputy leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, former Minister of National Security and Member of Parliament for Northwest St. Andrew, Derek Smith.
It's me again, John, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Don't wanna be carried away. It's me again, John, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Preserve my soul today. I look around the world today, oh God, and you will see. If I receive.
While we wait on Derek, welcome Nigel Clark.
But I know you control my destiny, and from you all blessings flow. From yesterday, even today, and tomorrow, it's me again, Jah, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Don't wanna be carried away. It's me again, Jah, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Preserve my soul today. My heart is willing, my flesh is weak, but still, oh God, I seek to walk your way, your holy way. I pray my soul you keep. Though my enemies encamp at me,
Dr. Nigel Clark,
forevermore under your banner, and for always in your hand. It's me again, Jah, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Don't wanna be carried away. It's me again, Jah, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray.
Dr. Nigel Clark, Labour Rights.
You make me stronger. Oh, oh, you make me stronger.
Gracias, Jesus.
Watch me. From Jamaica to the Caribbean, from Spain,
Derek Charles Smith,
to the US.
Derek Smith, Labour Rights.
You're my creator, Lord, you know my times. Seasons of breakthrough, my seasons of trial. So I will seek you, and you I will find. You're my strong tower, in you I will hide.
Oh yeah.
You make me stronger. Oh, come on. Say, you make me stronger.
All right, Labour Rights, let's settle down now. Let's settle down. All right. We probably need to move this meeting up to the arena. Too much Labour right there, Pembroke Hall tonight. All right, Labour Rights, settle down. Also, want to welcome the mother of Dwayne Smith, Carleen Gracious Smith.
You make me stronger.
And the wife of Dwayne Smith, get up and wave to the crowd, come here.
Good evening again, listeners. Thank you so much for staying with us beyond the 8 o'clock hour. If you're just joining us, this is a paid political broadcast from the Jamaica Labour Party's Area Council 1 meeting, a farewell for the Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. It's being held in his Northwest St. Andrew constituency. The minister just arrived to extraordinary welcome from the throngs of Labourite inside the auditorium is packed, and outside is no different. The Prime Minister of Jamaica has driven in, and he's awaiting the call now to exit his vehicle. And I'll send you back to the stage so you can see the arrival of the party leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Michael Holness.
Smile. Fighting against conviction game. One man against all nations. I didn't possess no diamonds, no pearls. So
Party leader!
One man against the world. Oh. One man against the world. Oh boy. Fighting against men and people, yeah. Fighting against all evil. Oh no. Don't be where they're from, or who they really are. They might win the battle, but
many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be, and trying to take my life away. I put up for me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me.
One man against the world.
For way many men, many men wish death on me, dog. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Put money on my head, gone. Get your refund. I ain't dead. I'm many men wish death upon me.
Labor rights. Let's welcome officially to the platform party leader and Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Andrew Holness.
Equal rights and justice is our everlasting song. Unity and progress will make our nation strong. Stand up for your rights when you hear the bell. Stand up for justice, hear the freedom bell. Remember Bustamante, he served you well. Stand up, Jamaicans, when you hear the bell.
Thank you. All right, settle down, labor rights, settle down. Settle down. All right. Okay. Labor rights. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Let's welcome now to bring you greetings the Member of Parliament for West Rural, St. Andrew, and Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security. Let's welcome Juliet Cuthbert-Finn.
Right now, Juliet not have no worries. She a lead on everything, yes. And she a win everything. Right now, Juliet not have no problem. She a win everything, yes. She a lead on everything.
Labor rights, party leader, ministers, of course, the Smith family, and my good friend, Dwayne. It's really good to be here. I bring you greetings on behalf of St. Andrew, West Rural. And we are going to return, all the people from West Rural. We will be returning West Rural in the winning column when the election is called. I see my councillor John Myers and Tasha Schwab here. We bring greetings to you. But I want to ask the crowd this evening, what kind of Jamaica do you want to live in? Do you want a Jamaica that is going to be stagnant, like when the PNP was in power for 18 and a half years straight? Or do you want a government like we had in Minister Clark, where we lowered our debt to GDP to its lowest in decades? What does that mean for the country? It means that we can do more labor rights. That's what lowering the debt to GDP means. It means that we can build more infrastructure that we see happening. It means that we can provide more healthcare facilities. We see that happening. We're building more hospitals. We're building more health centers. We are building more for Jamaicans. We are building more water infrastructure. And let me tell you, in St. Andrew West Rural, when I got there are so many places that still did not have water, that we were able, through this government, to bring water infrastructure to the people of St. Andrew West Rural. We are doing better. We are building more for you. We're building more police stations, over 100 new refurbished and brand new police stations right across Jamaica. We are repairing more health centers, and for the people of Red Hills, if you see how the Red Hills Health Center, what that looks like, how the PNP left that, you'd be ashamed. We will be building that infrastructure out. And so, labor rights, the JLP are better managers for this country. But there are two businessmen, there are two business partners who wish to come and run Jamaica like it's their business. But we are saying no to those two businessmen. Those same two businessmen have divided their own party for their own benefit, and we say no to them. The Jamaican people should never allow them to rule. They should never allow the PNP to come back in power. Labor rights, I'm going to say to you this evening to stay strong. Stop listening to the propaganda out there. Stop listening to the misinformation, because we are the government that will lead Jamaica forward. I heard a man, Bunting, he gave a speech a few days ago talking about the Prime Minister sending some attack dogs, and that they weren't really a pit bull, that we were poodles and shih tzu. But what I remember is a really pretty poodle. Bite him up and send him out of Manchester. Yes, we don't have to have pit bull. We look good, we're pretty, and we are going to make sure that we bring back this country. We retain the third term. So, labor rights, I tell you, stay strong. Do not listen to the propaganda out there. Do not allow the PMP to come back into power. Show a labor rights.
Vote for labor. Grab your neighbor, vote for labor. Tell your neighbor we vote for labor.
You know something?
I'm gonna rush them like a pit bull, mixed with a rotten.
Thank you. I hope you listen to what Juliet just said. It's not about serving you. It's about serving themselves and a few. Bustamante Party has been a party for the people. And under Dr. Andrew Holness, we have continued to serve the people. One man who can speak volume about service. He has been around from 1976 when he contested for the party. And since 1980, he has been serving as member of parliament. And him have a record that I won't talk about. But you know, as well as I do, that Carl Samuda.
Carl Samuda a man for his people, for the people, for his people. Carl Samuda a man for his people. Labor rights come out and vote. Ring the bell now, ring a ring a ring a ring a ring. Ring a ring a ring a ring a ring. Ring the bell now, ring a ring a ring a ring a ring. Ring a ring a ring a ring a ring. Put your heads beside the bell, cause you know we do it well. Building stronger together Jamaica. Cause I'm who that we say, and the man not gone nowhere. And nobody can grant print no papers. Cause I'm who that a man for his people, for the people, for his people. Cause I'm who that a man for his people. Labor rights come out and vote. Ring the bell now, ring a ring a ring a ring a ring. Ring a ring a ring a ring a ring. Ring the bell now, ring a ring a ring a ring a ring. Ring a ring a ring a ring a ring. Cause some who that sponsor the girl from Glen Avenue, now she becomes with doctor. Build basic school and park for the youth, best MP in the area. Him a the man at the moment in education. We have to vote for a man like this, where you uplift the nation.
Honorable Prime Minister, Member of Parliament, Dr. Nigel Clark, councillors, and also the greatest mayor this city had ever known then, and turned out to be the best local government minister that we have had, Desmond McKenzie. Colleagues all, I won't spell out every detail, but I will say one thing. This is almost like a homecoming for me, because I remember only so well when I ran in 1976, and in this same Pembroke Hall and the adjoining community of Marvelly, my wife, who is here with me now, was pregnant with her first child, 7 months pregnant. And she got up at 4 o'clock to take the workers to Marvelly, Pembroke Hall, and in sections of Red Hills Road to make sure that they were put in the stations to protect the interests of the Jamaica leopard. I remember when I went to nominate at St. Richard's Church Hall in 1970s. when I turned the corner of Whitehall Avenue and Red Hills Road. And I looked up the road. A sea of red and orange faced me. I tried to go through and I couldn't. I turned around and by then I had met a very well-known sergeant of police who was in charge of Echo Squad, who was at Constant Spring. I went to him and I said, I cannot nominate. The crowd is too great. The PNP have blocked the roads. They blocked the entrance to the church. And I have to get nominated. Him said, don't worry about it. And he sent two, what we call in those days, Black Maria, and a couple of cars. And we went in. When I went into the gate and walking down into the office where I had to get nominated, it was like going through a gauntlet. On every direction, pulling and tearing. The comrades were in their best form. That day, I gave myself an oath. I said, this shall never happen again. By 1980, when it was the next election, the superintendent of police at Constant Spring had to come and have a little conference with my team to ask permission for Carlisle Dunkley to get nominated. In that election, 1980, coming from a defeat of 1,800, I won by just under 6,000, and the rest is history. And I could not speak here tonight seeing all these lovely friends of mine over the years. I can pick out a few, but afraid because the rest of them will cost me. But I can remember only well how hard they worked then, how committed they were then, and how determined they were that this part of Jamaica must never again be returned to the People's National Party. Now my friend the minister made note of a little hiccup that happened. So I came back into the constituency and became the member of parliament, but I kind of went through another door. No sooner had I gone through that door successfully, I decided very shortly after that it was time to return to my yard. And so I returned to the Jamaica Leopard. Of course, that would never have been possible without the late, great Edward Philip George Seaga, without whose support I wouldn't be standing here before you today. I also made myself a promise, made myself a solemn promise, that I would do everything in my power to see to it that he became Prime Minister again one day. It didn't work out quite the way we wanted. But I think of him, I think of his contribution, and I think about the difference he made to this party. Because as a little boy, I watched it all up close. And I am telling you, Jamaica Labour Party owes a debt of gratitude every single day they think about politics to Edward Seaga. Mr. Chairman, this is a historic day. It is a historic day because it was at Pembroke that, having received instructions from Mr. Siaga that he would like to have Derek Smith represent that portion of the constituency that was redefined and renamed as Northwest St. Andrew on its own. And Derek and I sat down with our teams and we crafted a strategy to make for a smooth transition. From that day until today, we have worked closely together as neighbors. And the success, this is evidence of the great work Derek has done over these years. I'm not going to take up all night, don't get worried. As it turned out, Derek's children, his son, at least one, went to the same school as my son, Jordan and Justin. And so, Fade is indeed like my own son in terms of our history and the knowledge we have of each other. And so I, tonight, am a very proud stepfather or godfather or whatever. To welcome Derek into the arena of Member of Parliament for Northwest St. Andrew. Prime Minister, I know I usurped your authority there a minute. I'm not supposed to be the one to talking like that. You are, but I know you will do it afterwards. Laborites, we have been going through a challenging time. It is now. It is at this time. This is the moment when we know and be assured of who and who are really Laborites. It is now that every Jamaica Labour Party representative and supporter has a moral. There's a lot to talk about morality. But now is the time when we need to harness that morality and give support wholeheartedly to the man who has brought us here over the past 2 terms. This is when a leader needs his team to stand by him. You don't have to worry. Up to the other day, me and the minister, who is my friend and who I will miss dearly, Minister of Finance, we had a disagreement on the phone, but that don't stop anything because we are as close. We are closer than a brother. Prime Minister, I will not always agree with him. But people who agree to everything, be careful of them. Be careful of those who constantly tell you how much they love you. Be careful of those who, when the chips are down and you're looking for them disappear. I can tell you, Prime Minister, the Jamaica Labour Party that I know will never let you down as the leader of the party. And the reason they won't is because Laborites are not ungrateful. And I can tell you, having lived the experience, almost at the right hand of the greatest, Mr. Siaga, I can tell you that the results of the effort of the Prime Minister, supported by his Minister of Finance, is greater than anything this country has seen in the last 40 years. but he needs our support now. The party needs us to get together, unite solidly beyond the normal little cascas. We are to unite around a set of principles that he has been enunciating over these many years. I have no doubt about it. A leader in his position don't need you when everything is going well. He needs us now when things are challenging. That is when you test the strength and support base of the Jamaica Labour Party for its leader. So, colleagues all, finally I want to say that my friend Nigel will be missed tremendously. He has brought a refreshing sense of purpose, determination, acumen to deal with the imperatives of finance and how financial affairs are run in Jamaica. At no stage during my 50 years of involvement have I ever seen and witnessed the level of credibility that he has built up as a Jamaican, and I'm proud about that. The World Bank, the IMF, them no fool. And he might think that they haven't been looking, but they have been watching him carefully with a watchful eye, as the Rasta man said. So therefore, Nigel, I wish you all the very best in your new endeavors. I know that the Prime Minister will always have your support. And I know that you will all, the Jamaican people will have you in their hearts forever for all that you have meant. And certainly I will miss you tremendously. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I think
vote for Labour. Grab your neighbor, vote for Labour. Tell your neighbor we vote for Labour. Everybody just vote for Labour.
Thank you. Let's have another big round of applause for veteran Member of Parliament Carl Semuda. And now Labour rights. Before I get to our next speaker, we only have 3 speakers, Lee. As I said earlier on, the party's constitution requires that nomination from Area Council 1 for the position of party leader and deputy leader be done prior to our party conference. And now I am going to open the floor for nomination for the position of leader of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Labour rights. Labour rights. St. Andrew West Rural Labour rights. All right. So, as we all know, our Prime Minister and leader has been doing a fantastic job. And we definitely want him back for the 3rd term. And so I stand here this evening to nominate the Honorable Dr. Andrew Michael Holness as the party leader.
Dwayne Smith from the constituency of Northwest St. Andrew. And I'm here to second the nomination of party leader Andrew Michael Holness.
Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Nomination go forward. Michael Andrew Holness nominated by Area Council 1 to continue as leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. And now, the nomination for the position
on behalf of Northwest St. Andrew, I nominate the one and only Desmond McKenzie as Deputy Leader of the Jamaica Labour Party.
I second the nomination.
Area Council want to know, is there any other nomination? Is there any other nomination? Let me hear you. Any more nomination? Area Council nominates Desmond McKenzie as Deputy Leader of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this young man have been serving as councillor. As I said earlier on, Derek Smith came and made this constituency into a strong constituency for the Jamaica Labour Party. And so tonight, I want you to help me to welcome the councillor, young, hard-working. A great future is in store for young councillor Dwayne Smith.
I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up till I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice.
All right, show labor rights. Show labor rights. Show labor rights. Labor rights are going to be very brief. But first of all, I want to thank our deputy leader. Every time I'm introduced to a microphone, hold on, settle down, labor rights. Settle down, settle down, settle down. Settle down, labor rights. Every time I'm introduced to a platform by Desmond McKenzie, I feel like I have made it. And let me tell you why. I have been coming to political meetings for a very long time. From I was about this high. And my main mission when coming to political meetings was to get on the platform and hide from Desmond McKenzie. So now it gone full circle that I'm now being introduced to the platform by Desmond McKenzie. So I am of the view that my life is heading in the right direction. Labor rights, I want to acknowledge and welcome our party leader, Dr. the Honorable Andrew Holness. Our member of Parliament, Dr. Nigel Clark. Our deputy leader, Desmond McKenzie. our friend and neighbor, Calcium Muda, Minister Favour Williams, and my next door neighbor, Juliet Cuthbert. All my colleagues on the platform, members of parliament, constituency caretakers, councillors, and my two councillors from Northwest, Councillor Verna McLeod and Councillor Andrew Harris. The other two to the team. And of course, I can't continue without acknowledging the presence of my lovely wife, Kimika. My mother, Colleen. And my father, and your father, Derek Smith. Laborites, it is indeed a pleasure to stand before you today as we mark a new chapter in the constituency of Northwest St. Andrew. I am humbled to have been chosen by the Jamaica Labour Party as a candidate to represent this great constituency. A constituency that I have grown up in, served in, and dedicated the last 12 years of my life as councillor for the Chancery Hall Division.
Good evening, listeners. You are tuned in to a paid political broadcast of the Jamaica Labour Party, their Area Council 1 meeting being held in Northwest St. Andrew. Yes, it's the constituency of the outgoing Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark. In many ways, this is a farewell for him. He demits office on Wednesday. A crowded Pembroke Hall Community Centre is the venue. On stage now is the man expected to succeed Dr. Clark in this constituency as the candidate for the Jamaica Labour Party, Dwayne Smith. So, thank you so much for staying with us beyond the 8 o'clock hour. This is an extended broadcast of Nationwide at 5, a paid political broadcast from the Jamaica Labour Party. We take you back now to the stage.
For nearly 3 decades, he guided this constituency with unwavering dedication and a deep love for the people of Northwest St. Andrew. From a very young age, as I mentioned before, I watched and I learned from him, understanding what it truly means to serve, to lead, and to put people first. I stand on his shoulders today, proud of the foundation he laid, and ready to carry the legacy forward in my way. I also wish to thank Dr. Nigel Clark, who represented his constituency with distinction from 2018. His contributions, not just locally, but nationally, and now globally, have been nothing short of remarkable. As he prepares to take up his new role at the IMF, I offer heartfelt congratulations. Dr. Clark's transition is a testament to that Jamaica's ability to produce leaders of global standing, and I pledge to build on the work he has done here in Northwest St. Andrew. Finally, I must express deep gratitude to our Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, for the confidence he has shown in nominating me to carry the Jamaica Labour Party's banner in this constituency. Prime Minister, Party Leader, I thank you for your trust. I want you to know that I am committed to rewarding that trust with diligence, good stewardship, and results. I will work tirelessly to ensure that the people of Northwest St. Andrew continue to receive the strong, effective representation they deserve and deliver on the commitments we make to move this constituency and Jamaica forward. Now I have a little part in this speech here that my wife said I should take out, but I never take it out. It's the first time I disobey her. But it is important because it brings context to certain things and it kind of reduces the mischief. Now, some may remember that this isn't my first time standing in line for this particular seat. almost 7 years ago, I was in the running for this very position, excited and ready to serve in a new capacity. But as fate and duty dictated, it wasn't my time. I stood in the same room, on the same platform, endorsing Nigel Clark as the candidate for Northwest St. Andrew. Now, mark you, it was not an easy thing for me to do, but it was the right thing to do. It was the necessary thing to do. This move, without doubt, was the right move for the Jamaica Labour Party. I believe then, and I hold firm to that belief today, that whatever is in the best interest of the Jamaica Labour Party is in the best interest of Jamaica. My dream to serve you in the capacity as Member of Parliament took a back seat to the greater good, and the proof, as they say, is in the pudding. The decision allowed the opportunity to strengthen a critical government portfolio. And today, Jamaica's unprecedented fiscal growth and prosperity speaks to the power of that decision. And as they say, what is for you can't unfor you. I have spent over a decade serving as your counselor, working hard to prioritize the issues that matter to you most. Whether it's ensuring that our children have access to quality education and skills training, or advocating for accelerated road rehabilitation, I have always been guided by one principle: service to the people. And let me tell you this, the work never stops. And it will continue through me in whatever capacity I have the honor of serving our country. I am committed to continuing the work and ensuring that our constituency not only remains strong, but it continues to strive. I believe that leadership is not about holding a title, but about being present, being accessible, and a voice for those who need it most. Having essentially grown up in this constituency from I was about knee-high, there I am in the photograph. That is me in 1986 with the leader of the party, Edward Thiago. To the left is Olivia Babsy Green, Tom Tavares. So when I tell you I've been in Northwest St. Andrew my entire life, here it is. I've been in this constituency from I've been knee-high, by my father's side, as he walked house to house, as he did cottage meetings, as I do today. So I know firsthand the challenges that face the constituency of Northwest St. Andrew. From our schools to our businesses, from our vibrant neighborhoods to our hard-working citizens, we have the talent, we have the drive, and we have the spirit to achieve greatness. Today, I stand before you not just as a candidate for Northwest St. Andrew. Mark it, there's no vacancy yet. But as a son of this constituency, a product of its values, its culture, its unwavering belief that everybody can live good in Northwest St. Andrew. I am ready to serve all of you as your Member of Parliament. Together, we can continue to build a constituency we're all proud of, where every individual has the opportunity to prosper and no one is left behind. So, as we move forward in the coming weeks, I ask for your support. But more importantly, I ask for your partnership. Because true progress is not achieved by one person. It is achieved when we all work together, united in our vision for the best possible future. Northwest St. Andrew, I am ready. I am committed, and I choose Jamaica every single time. Thank you, God bless you, and let's get to work. Show our labor rights.
Vote for labor. Grab your neighbor. Vote for labor. Tell your neighbor we vote for labor. Everybody just vote.
Labor rights. He was not known to many Jamaicans. And I was a part of those decisions that was made. And I want to tell you that I want to associate myself with the comments made about Nigel Clark. Because as a colleague member in the cabinet, I know I had to rely on him on many occasions. Sometimes the Prime Minister said, take it easy with him, Desmond. But Dr. Nigel Clark has been good for the Jamaica Labour Party under the leadership of Dr. Andrew Michael Holness. And so we are proud of him. And we want to salute him for being a true son of Jamaica, a true labor rights. And for those who want to try to discredit and to spread all sort of mischief about why I'm leaving, a bad mind, them bad mind. But I know you have been good. And the people of Jamaica have benefited from your goodness. Labor rights. Let's welcome now the Minister of Finance and Planning and Member of Parliament for Northwest St. Andrew, Dr. Nigel Clark.
When we say, oh God bless, wanna know the rest. Follow me now. The Almighty protect me. The Lord will not forsake me. Jana don't make me suffer by the hands of the wicked. So indeed them are wicked. We no care if they hate me. No, our God not forsake me. Jana don't make me suffer by the hands of the wicked. Follow me now. Listen them want to be a
show our labor rights. Show our labor rights. Show our party leader and Prime Minister, the most Honorable Dr. Andrew Michael Holness. Deputy Leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, Minister of Local Government and Chairman of today's proceedings, Mr. Desmond McKenzie. Other ministers on the platform, members of Parliament on the platform, senators, the former Member of Parliament. I want to give a resounding welcome and round of applause to the Honorable Derek Smith and his wife. You're looking at, what is it, a 6-star general over there? An 8-star general who built a phenomenal team of which I was the beneficiary. I inherited 3 phenomenal councillors. Give it up for Councillor Vernon McLeod, Councillor Andrew Harris, and your MP in waiting, Councillor Dwayne Smith. Not only did I inherit a fantastic team of councillors, I inherited the best executive in the Jamaica Labour Party, the Northwest Executive. And together we accomplished a lot. We got a lot done. And we must remind the people of what we did. So I'm going to go through it and remind the people.
This government has focused on building public spaces that families can enjoy themselves. And working with the executive and the councillor team, we have built and renovated parks across Northwest St. Andrew. We have done the Roehampton Park. We have done Fenbrook Park, the little park in Marvelly. We have done fenced around Queensborough Park. And right out here, the former MP would have laid the groundwork, and what we came and did, we did the finishing touches. We fenced around the Pembroke Park, put in playgrounds and places for people to play. And of course, we have laid the foundation for the biggest park of them all, the Marvelly Park. The Marvelly Park, which your future MP is going to finish. And that is because we have your interest at heart. We understand that you need places to take your families and your children. Working with the executive, we brought Wi-Fi to communities across Northwest. Community Wi-Fi in Mosquito Valley, in Aki Walk, in Marvelly, in Sherlock, so that children can do their homework in the day and have access to data and information on the net. We are not just a ray party. We're a party of substance. We improve people's lives.
You know, sister, we are create waves like the ocean, yeah. When you're there, better than your son, Lord, explosion.
And along with the computers, with the Wi-Fi, we put computers in schools. In the Marvelly School, a whole new computer center, and supported all the schools in this constituency. We focused on improving living standards and people's housing. We took zinc fence down and we put brick fence up. Zinc fence down in Big Yard, brick fence up. Zinc fence down in Aki Walk, brick fence up. Zinc fence down in Marvelly, brick fence up. Zinc fence down Upper Lee's Flat, brick fence up. And all across the constituency, and that will continue under the future Member of Parliament. We have transformed communities. You walk into Big Yard today, and there's a lot of development that's taken place, and in Aki Walk and other areas. We focused on ensuring that children had grants, education grants to go back to school. And this was a tradition that the former Member of Parliament had instituted, and the current Member of Parliament had continued, and the future Member of Parliament will continue. Every August, you can look forward to support for your children going to school and going to university. The number of young people who have come from the communities in Northwest, who are now at UTEC, now at UWI, at Northern Caribbean University. I want to tell you, we have a little competition going on in Area Council 1, and we have more university students coming out of our communities than many other places in Jamaica. And that must continue, because we are in this to transform people's lives. But it's not just about that, we have fun as well. This constituency produced 2 championship football teams. Not 1, 2. We had the Med Forest football team that we have supported with everything from gears and all, making it to the finals, winning the finals, and being promoted. Give them a round of applause. And when we had a little violence in Marvelly, we made sure to restart the football in Marvelly, supported them with gears. We refurbished the clubhouse. We put fencing around the field and supported the Marvelly football team. The Marvelly football team last year won the major league and were promoted to the Premier League. I had the pleasure of going to the Stadium East, and not watching one final, but watching two finals involving Northwest St. Andrew football teams. So we are about making things better than we found them in the past. And we are about building. The former member of parliament built the Pembroke Community Center. Give him a round of applause where we are. You welcomed me with open arms when I came in and gave me support that touched me. I remember when I was introduced on the grounds of Sherlock back in 2018, I vowed that no longer will we have to meet on the grass in Sherlock, that you are going to have your community center in Sherlock. So I want to say to Dwayne, Derek Bill Community Center, Nigel Bill Community Center. So Dwayne, we're looking for your community center. Give him a round of applause. So look, this is serious business. And our relationship goes, the votes are important, because without the votes, can't do nothing. But our relationship goes beyond mere votes. We have your interest at heart. And that is why we're investing in you. In the Northwest St. Andrew constituency, I started a chess program. So that the young people have opportunities to learn games of strategy and tactics. And learn to compete while being civil. Today, every school in Northwest St. Andrew has a chess program, and we have a chess competition that goes along with the netball competition and the football competition and the domino competition and the basketball competition. We're investing in you physically, but also investing in you mentally. Because we want for you what we want for ourselves. We are representing you. And just 2 hours ago, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Housing, along with myself, had a meeting with Jackson Town and Akiwalk residents who have suffered by living in areas for which they own by all other means but don't have the title. So the Prime Minister launched a program today in Jackson Town to make sure that people who live on land, whose land is in the family, that they'll get the title to their property. And that is going to go on in Akiwalk and in other areas of the constituency. So labor rights. I'm going to be leaving the playing field. And some people, when them leave the playing field, them stay in the pavilion. But for me, I'm leaving the playing field and leaving the stadium. But I'm leaving the playing field not out. Not out. And I want you to know that you are a part of a great movement, a great Jamaica Labour Party that has transformed the fortunes of the Jamaican people. The time does not permit me tonight to go over all of it. But it is important that you are aware of all the transformations that have taken place under your government. Because when that time comes, while The excitement is important. People want to know what you have done, and they want to know what you're going to do. And everybody must be armed with that. The Labour Party has transformed income in this country, where people are earning more today in real terms than they earned before. We have transformed employment in this country, where there are more people employed than ever before. We're transforming infrastructure in this country. We're transforming healthcare with more hospitals than any time before. We're transforming the transportation system with more buses than before. Minister Williams is eradicating the shift system in schools so that kids have the opportunity to go to school at the same time. Minister Samuda, before he left the cabinet, was working on transforming the water sector by bringing water to communities across Jamaica. And the list goes on. But it's important that we are armed with the facts so that we can bring the truth to the Jamaican people. So my family, my Jamaica Labour Party family in Northwest St. Andrew, I have nothing but love and a depth of gratitude and appreciation to all of you for the love that you have given me. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. The love and the warmth and the reception. And I only ask that the love that you have given me, that you multiplied several fold, and you give it to the next Member of Parliament, Dwayne Smith. Because I want to say something. Councillor Dwayne Smith has been an unbelievable supporter of mine. Yes, it might have been a little disappointing in the beginning, as he has said on a number of occasions. But let me tell you something. You would never have known it over the 6 years and 7 months that I have been MP. This is a man that in my worst moment, getting a lot of trouble in the public space, I'd get a call from Councillor Smith. Hang in there, MP. You're doing the right thing, Minister. Hang in there. Just do what you're doing. At my highest moments of achievements that I'm most proud of, I'd get a call, Councillor Smith. Minister, that is amazing. Where have you been all this time? My God, man, that's amazing. The man became my biggest supporter. And I say that in all sincerity. And I am grateful to him. And what he has won from me is a lifetime of loyalty and devotion. It takes a big man to do what he did. So Labourites, as I leave the playing field, effective midnight tomorrow night, I want you to know that it has been the privilege of my life to serve you as Member of Parliament. It has been the privilege of my life to respond to your fears, to respond to your needs, and to incorporate your ideas. You represent what is great about Jamaica. And what we must do is aim to make sure every constituency in Jamaica is like Northwest St. Andrew. Your love for your party is exemplary. Yeah? And I want you to continue that. What we have done together has not been done in Jamaica over the last 40 years. And it must continue. And I have nothing but gratitude in my heart. And I want to say, first of all, to the Prime Minister, to thank him for the opportunity to serve the Jamaica Labour Party in this way.
I just want to say thank you for the many things you've done.
The Prime Minister is a special man. Not many people can take a majority of one and turn it into a majority of 35. It takes a special man to take a thin majority like that and have no defections, nobody leaving, and manage it through and win another term. I express my thanks and gratitude to the selection committee of the Jamaica Labour Party for giving me the opportunity to represent you. To the area council led by Desmond McKenzie, our deputy leader, for the support that you have provided at all times. No constituency can be successful without good neighbors. And I want to give a big round of applause and big up to the Emperor himself, Carl Emperor Samuda, who has been the best neighbor that a member of parliament can have. I want to thank the former member of parliament, Derek Smith, and his wife for bestowing such a well-run constituency to me. And I want to give a big thanks to the councillors, give them a round of applause, because who stepped in for me when I was busy and who carried on the work of the constituency. In final, I will say, as I leave the playing field, I got 3 divisions from the former MP, and I am handing over 3 divisions to the future MP, and I expect that we will maintain 3 divisions in Northwest St. Andrew. God bless you, Labourites. Love and blessings, all. And thank you for what you have done for me.
The final curtain, my friend, I'll say it clear.
There it is. The farewell of Jamaica's Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, the Member of Parliament for Northwest St. Andrew, announcing this evening that he will demit office. He says midnight tomorrow. He says he's not only leaving the field, he's leaving the stadium. He will take up his post as Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. An emotional moment, I can tell you, listeners, from my vantage point here at Pembroke Hall Community Centre. The Labourites are clearly emotional. Dr. Clark himself thanking a slew of people who have contributed to his success as the Member of Parliament since 2018. The question now that we have the time he demits office, midnight tomorrow, who will succeed? A man who most people will say has been one of the most outstanding finance ministers, certainly in recent Jamaican history. He says farewell to his Labour Party family this evening, and indeed to the Jamaican people. Let's take some more from the stage.
The only thing I can say in thanking Nigel Clark, as a little boy growing up in the Jamaica Labour Party, there was something that we were taught in the Labour Party. It says, let Labour proudly walk abroad and take its place with kings. For who art Labour more than God, the maker of all things? Dr. Nigel Clark, you are simply one of the best. Labourites, give Nigel Clark a big round of applause. And so tonight, we are here in celebration of the work of this great party. And since 2016, we have had a leader that has put this party and country in a direction. He has built a platform that no modern day political leader can challenge or question. On labor rights, we are proud of Dr. the Honorable Andrew Michael Holness. And you are bad-minded people who want to undermine his work. But you can't stop God picnic. Area Council 1 stands firm, stand committed and strong. Let's welcome the leader of this great Jamaica Labour Party, Dr. Andrew Holness.
Oh, yo, yo, yo.
Sour Labour rights. Sour Labour rights.
Don't you trouble Zion. Tell me not trouble them.
Don't you trouble Zion.
Leave them alone. Zion has the key, can open any door. Don't you trouble Zion.
All right, labor rights, settle labor rights, settle down labor rights. I have a lot to say tonight. So I'm going to be very expeditious in my presentation. Let me start by saying I'm a chess player. Some man play checkers and draft. I play chess. I see the moves way ahead into the future. And some of the moves you make today, you have to have foresight to understand what they are about. Nigel couldn't play chess. I teach Nigel chess. I'll never forget it. We were in the lobby of a certain hotel because Jamaica was in such a bad place that I had to go up and speak to the IMF, you recall. Nigel accompanied me as my special advisor, and while we were in the lobby of the hotel, a chessboard was there. And I started to show him, and he took a liking to the sport. And can you imagine? He beat me at chess a couple times now. I use that as a bridge to what I'm about to say. And that is, when I met Nigel over 20 years ago, we shared a similar perspective on Jamaica. We are both products of post-independent Jamaica. So there is a distinct way in which we see Jamaica versus those of our leaders who emerged through the period of independence. And that is very important for you to understand. That our vision of Jamaica is quite different from the past leaders before. The potential that we see in Jamaica and what we want to create in Jamaica is quite different. I'm not saying that our vision is better. It is just that we are further ahead in time and we see a greater potential for the country because we have had a different experience. We had not just a shared vision, but a shared commitment towards changing Jamaica for the better.
And we sat down and we talked about what we needed to do. Now, whenever you talk about change, you need two things. Well, you need many things, but two critical things. Especially when you're talking about social change. You need the politics to manage change, and you need the technical skills to manage change. In the revolution in Cuba, it became quite clear that for the Cuban revolution to last, it needed people to manage it. So, my job was to manage the politics of change. How to get people to accept a new direction for the country. And then to actually deliver that new direction. Nigel provided critical skills in the management of the technical areas of change. And I don't think that there is anyone in Jamaica who could question the technical competence of Dr. Nigel Clark in managing the economic affairs and transforming Jamaica's economic prospects. But you will also agree that we are all taken aback when Nigel takes the stage and says, show our labor rights! Show our labor rights! Because he has also developed incredible political skills. I go through that bit of history so that you understand where we are coming from. But I was never under any illusion that Nigel was going to be the Minister of Finance forever. It was always my view, and I'm certainly quietly held by Nigel, that once a critical element of the mission is achieved, then that incredible talent and skill needs to be made available not just to Jamaica, but to the world. I consider it a compliment for Jamaica, a distinct honor paid to us, that one of ours and a member of the Jamaica Labour Party that the outlook and perspective is such that it is required to be used on the international stage. We are, yes, losing our Minister of Finance, but we are gaining so much more from where he will be in the International Monetary Fund. I want to make another point to you as well. And that is, when it comes to the public's business, we tend to want to personalize it. And indeed, you must personalize it. You must say, this is my business. Your business is my business, and treat it personally. But as man, we all come to an end some point in time. And what is important is the legacy we leave behind. And therefore, the legacy is an investment in institutions. And when I use the word institution, let me put it into another form. It is an investment in people and systems. So when Nigel and I realize that we have a similar outlook, we have a similar philosophy, we have a similar vision of the world, we recognize that for that vision to be materialized, it can't just be me alone and Nigel alone. We must build institutions. We must invest in the people around us. We must ensure they understand what it is that we are trying to do. And we must build the rules that will hold people to achieving those goals. Nigel and myself and the cabinet worked very hard to correct a problem which has dogged Jamaica for many years. In fact, for all my 52 years. And that is how we manage Jamaica's financial and economic affairs. You see, friends, labor rights and family members and observers who are here, there is a kind of thinking in Jamaica that can only be described as PMPism. It is a sense of entitlement, entitlement to the point that it yields a great level of bad mind. It is a kind of thinking that says, anything you want, we can give it to you, and you don't have to work for it. It's called freeness mentality. A disconnection between how we make people better and how we use our labor to create wealth. Much of the challenges that we face in the society today can be traced back to PMPism. Let me put it to you now in more concrete terms. Well, we're not going to pay attention to the economy. Economy of foolishness. Economy can't yam. Well, if we want road fix, if you want free education, if you want a house, here what we are going to do. We are going to just borrow. In other words, they believe in development by borrowing. And that is what plagued Jamaica for decades. The PMPism that dogged us also said, you see a piece of land over there, so? Go and go squat on it. Go and go take it up. I am a firm believer that every Jamaican must have access to land and good house. And that is why I spend so much of my effort ensuring that Jamaicans get access not to little board house, to proper house and proper land. But the PNPism so much in some people's mind that all them want to do is just go live on the land and then them come quarrel with you now. We not no water, we not no road, we not no title. PNPism that. Labour Party not believe in that. Labour Party believe that yes, you have an entitlement, a social justice entitlement to land and house. We're going to do it in a way that when you get the house and you get the land, you have title to it and you can show ownership. That is what distinguishes us. And so you have to understand that as post-independent young men looking at our country under 18 and a half years of PNPism destruction, that we decided that we are going to give ourselves to the public life of Jamaica to improve the quality of life of all Jamaicans. It is a PNPism, and I want you to listen to this one good, that destroyed the entrepreneurial class of this country. When they realized that borrowing was such a sweet thing, that they don't really have to run the economy, all they have to do is keep the interest rate high so that people with money don't bother use it to do anything productive. They take that money and put it under government paper. You remember that? Buy government paper. That's all they used to do. Buy government paper. Now hear me now, watch me. During that period of time, that 18 and a half years of high interest rate and high borrowing, it means that many of you and your parents could not be employed. Because the money in the country, which should be used for productive things, them just take it and hand it to the government. And then the government is obligated to pay them back high interest rate. So terrible it was that one of their own members, a man of the cloth, a religious man, his conscience couldn't help him. He had to speak the truth. And he said that what PNPism did was the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in this country. Now tell me, which rich man, which Tapanaris man was the recipient, the beneficiary of the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in this country? You tell me who. You tell me who. I have so much things to say. I will never allow PNPism to come back in this country.
They got so much things to say right now. They got so much things to say. They got so much things to say right now. They got so much things to say. Hey,
I want you to understand me when I tell you that there is a battle going on for your minds. And I can't afford to lose any of your minds in this battle because the stakes are too great. Watch the difference. In 2016, follow me. In 2015, we put a proposal that our administration, when we win, we're going to increase the income tax threshold. The same set of people who in February about they were going to increase the income tax threshold. They were the same set of people under PNPism who was saying, no, it can't work, it can't work. But you see, they don't understand and they don't share our philosophy. We want the people of Jamaica to benefit from an increase in their income levels. And we want the people of Jamaica to retain more of the money that they earn. Because that is the greatest foundation of growth. A part of the growth equation, is when you have more money in your pocket and you decide how to spend it. More business benefit, who then turn around and hire more people who have more income to spend, and then them spend it. Hire more people, and you see that virtuous cycle. But when the government take the money out of your hand, you can't tell what happened to that money. So, we tell you, we were going to do 1.5. And we did it. We increased the income level. Not only that, when we took over for 2 or 3 years before, public sector workers had to agree to a wage freeze. Minister Clark and myself and the cabinet, we sat down and we said, the workers of Jamaica made a serious sacrifice on behalf of the stability of the country. If the public sector workers didn't cooperate, the country would have collapsed. And therefore, in fulfillment of the commitments made, we decided that we need to address the anomalies and gaps that exist in public sector wages. And we undertook a review of the system of compensation for public sector workers. The end result of that is that over 200 billion Jamaican dollars more will go into the public sector wage bill. I am not telling you that everybody is happy, but hear what me know. Everybody is better off than they were before. When we came in 2015, the unemployment rate was in double digits. Double digits. It meant that in this room, between 10 and 14% of you could be unemployed. How did we change that? Well, we established the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and we did some job creation exercises ourselves, but by and large, we instilled confidence in the private sector and we made it clear that we don't want your money. Go and take your money and invest it in real things. And we kept the interest rates low. So private sector, for the first time in a long time, had to go and invest in the real economy. And that investment in the real economy is what creates real jobs. Jamaica has moved from people saying, boy, I can't find work, to employers saying, I can't find people for work. I am not saying we are perfect. But for those who are caught in the battles of the mind, you need to pay attention to the real fundamental changes that have occurred under this administration. Changes that have not taken anything from you, but has given back to you. I remember the many headlines about taxes, new taxes. When budget is being read, it was great trepidation and fear that some new tax going to come and joke you. Of course, I remember them, the tax party, the tax, everything the tax. I'm not going to call everything them tax. Them even proposed that if you were going to draw money from the bank, them would have taxed that too. You have had the benefit of an administration that said, we are frugal, we don't like borrow, and we don't like tax. We want you keep your money in your pocket. We want you get work. We want you be able to buy the things them where you want. Our administration did that. In other words, we have transformed the economy, moving from 140% debt to GDP to now we are at 74% debt to GDP. We half it. And that is why when I see some of the ignorant comments, it just redoubles my energy. Because, you know, one of the things that Minister Clark and myself agree on in terms of a philosophical outlook. There's a big difference, and young people will understand what I'm saying. I don't see myself as a victim of anyone. I want you to listen to that carefully. I don't believe that anyone owe me anything. Listen to me good. I don't believe the world owe me anything. I am not a victim. I believe I have something called agency. It means that I act in my own right, in my own behalf, of my own free will. I am free to fulfill my own destiny, and no man can stop that. My father is a socialist. He is not a PMP, he is a socialist. And he is a Michael Manley fan. And that is why when Desmond sometimes calling my name, him say Michael Andrew. Michael Manley say, you have to walk through the world on your feet and not on your knees. The philosophy that we have introduced into the Jamaica Labour Party complements the original philosophy that by the sweat of your brow you shall eat bread. That is what defines us as labor rights. We now go out there and say, hey boss, hey boss. No. Labor right proud and say, me I go try make it on my own. Me I go try do me thing. We are progressive people because we believe, say, no matter what disadvantage was taken of us, we not going to wait for nobody to correct that. We are going to correct it ourselves. That is what we believe. And we translate that now into something called Jamaica must achieve its economic independence. It was appalling to me to see a former finance minister dressed in Armani suit, is put on the bench of parliament and slapping his chest and say, when I go to the Paris club, everybody wants to talk to me because I give the best interest rates. No, when the Minister of Finance come and offer a ban, everybody wants it still. But our rates are getting progressively lower and lower, but yet people want to lend us money. Why? Not because of the interest rate, which is high in a real economy, but because our interest rate is low and stable and being projected as good in an improving and stable and strong economy. That is a fundamental transformation of the Jamaican economy, which benefits you. Economic independence. Stand up on your own 2 feet. When storm come and lick us, we can find money from our own coffers to provide benefits quickly to you, the people of Jamaica. That is what economic independence means. And that is what the Jamaica Labour Party has achieved in the 8 years that you have given me the privilege to manage your affairs. The battle for the mind is real because you have ignorant people who can't see it. You have ignorant people who are impatient. Ignorant people who just want immediate gratification and cannot understand that if they ever let PMPism through the door, it's destruction again for the Jamaican economy. I see them all nodding on the stage here, you know. It's the first them understand what is the mission of the Jamaica Labour Party. It's a serious mission we have. Now, our work is not yet done. What we have achieved in what is called fiscal stability is envied around the world, praised and admired. Whenever people talk about a country that has recovered and maintained political stability, Jamaica is the case study. Now, what are we going to do with this economic stability, this economic independence? We are going to now use that to address the issues that affect you. Today we had a presentation on the growth of one of our sister countries, Guyana. I'm so happy for the people of Guyana. The government of Guyana has decided to give back, I believe it is equivalent of about 75,000 Jamaican dollars to every adult. And I reviewed some of the comments, and I saw the ignorance. A lot of people just don't understand. What Guyana is doing, I think is very admirable, to take some of the oil revenues and give a transfer to the people. After all, it's their resource. Let them have some of the benefit. When COVID hit, we gave a grant, yes, to those persons who lost their pay because of COVID. What was it called, Minister? We gave the set cash and we gave the compassionate grant. When the electricity bills went up, because of oil prices rise, because of COVID, we gave a subsidy. Right? It's called the energy copay. Recently, we topped up the 1.5 and we call it now 1.7. We also gave a little top up to pensioners by increasing the tax threshold on pensioners, so that was giving back. And now, as his parting gift, the minister announced the reverse tax credit. If you soon get the baby, you soon get. If you add up all of those, it's far more than 75. But let me ask you, which aisle did we discover? Which aisle we discover? What we have discovered is good economic management of the affairs of the country. And we have demonstrated that we will give back that to the people of Jamaica so that they can benefit.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Watch me now. You who are here must be part of the army of what I like to call the thinking Jamaicans. All of you here must be ambassadors and agents for good and well thinking in the country. Because we exist in an age of toxicity in information. Some of what we are feeding our minds will lead us to make bad decisions. And so, let it be known that I pay attention to every poll. You have never heard me comment on a poll. And I won't start commenting on polls because I remember the polls that say I couldn't be leader of the party. I remember the polls that say we couldn't win in 2016. I remember all of the polls that we proved them wrong. But I am happy that the polls are saying what they are saying. You know why? Because it has stirred up the labor rights. Some of you was sleeping. Some of you get comfortable. Some of you just take an easy ride. But it's now time that every labor right in Jamaica, every well-thinking Jamaican must rise to their feet and support good government. So I want the polls to continue. Because now is when I see the labor rights them start to, boss, we have to do more work, boss. Yes! Don't sit down and believe that because we have good government, that everybody know and understand. Ignorance is still in the land. You know, the story is told of the talents. And we have so many talents, but they are under a bushel unless every PD worker, every indoor agent, every outdoor agent, every runner, all of you who come and say we are big support and we are big labor right, and the only thing you know if you say shower, that alone can help us. You need to listen to what is said on the platform, and we need to feed our people the right information. so that they can go back in the market, in the school, in the church, in the bars, and challenge those people who spread lies and rumors and ignorance, because they have nothing but investment in the destruction of the country. We must never allow PMPism to come back in Jamaica.
When we say all them a chat and a sit down for we name, can't get to you, them good a send for your grain. No matter what them a do it in vain. Cause we come like a game.
You are seeing now, before your very eyes, the unveiling of chess moves that have been made and thought of long before. If you notice, I don't make shallow comments bother me. Because really and truly, some of the things I say, boy, God help us. Because what passed for intellectual thought and rigor, God help us. Anyway, in a sense, it is good that they are at the level they are. But before your very eyes, you're seeing your party transforming, managing change, which is inevitable, without chaos, without fracture, maintaining unity of purpose. But at the same time, not skipping a beat in addressing the things that matter to you. In this constituency, I know that roads are a big concern. Minister Clark, being the Minister of Finance, yes, he has done a few roads. But we sat down and we worked out, we said, how are we going to address this issue of roads? Strategically, we need to build the highways, because the highways increase connectivity, and an increase in connectivity means an increase in business. What used to take 2, 3, 4 hours to get to Montego Bay, you can get to Montego Bay now if you drive reasonably in 2 hours. Some get there less. However, when you drive out of your yard to get to the main road, the pothole and the road condition just make you feel vexed. And we understand that. One of the first things we did is to say, let us quantify the problem. Let us see actually how many kilometers of road that we have to address. The old figure we had was that we had like about 21,000 kilometers of road. The audit that we are doing now will put us up to about 27,000 kilometers of road. So we have far more road than we had 15, 20 years ago. So we had to figure out, all right, how much money would it take us to bring all the roads up to a drivable standard in Jamaica? And if we had all the money to do it one time, how long would it take? And the point of fact is, even if we had all the money to fix all the road, it would take us about 10 years to fix all the roads. So we decided that, all right, this is going to be a 10-year program, and we're going to start with $40 billion. That's the highest amount of money ever allocated to the repair of local and community roads out of the budget of Jamaica. But then we look at it and say, Lord, we don't want to fix the road and then NWC come dig it up back. So we allocated an additional $5 billion to put in pipes, because we have changed now. we're not just going to build a roadway, we are building a utility and transport corridor. So yes, cars will be transported, but it will carry water, it will carry internet, it will carry electricity, it will carry all kinds of sensors to manage a smart infrastructure. And of course, it will carry people. So pedestrian access is important. Now, we not only allocated the money, we came and asked you, which road do you want to fix first? We had consultation. Tomorrow, the Minister of Finance, in one of his last acts as Minister of Finance, will ensure that this allocation gets what is called the Public Investment Assessment approval. Because this is not just any kind of expenditure, this is capital expenditure. This kind of expenditure is going to increase the permanent stock and quality of our roads. Once that is done, then we go to contract. And once we come out of the contracting process, then we can start to rehabilitate those roads that you select. So you are going to see a substantial improvement in your community and local roads. In addition to that, we have allocated $3 billion for patching. And we have had to halt the patching temporarily because of the rain. We don't want to patch and then you see rain wash away what you put. So we have to halt it. So I want to assure you, those of you who have come out here tonight, who, yes, you like the excitement and the energetic and hype speech, but you want to go back to your community and your household and your home with something tangible, something meaningful that says this is what politics is about, so I can go back and report. So as I close, and I look at Derek Smith, who was one of my mentors in politics. I even to this day, he will still call me and give me some advice. And then I look around and I see his son, who is looking to take up the mantle. Now, in keeping with my own personal philosophy, there is no entitlement. Nothing is owed to you because of patronage, fraternity, hereditary, family. Nothing is owed to you. Whatever you get, you must merit it. You must work for it. And today I'm pleased to say that Dwayne served his time faithfully as a counselor, demonstrated his commitment to the seat. He didn't walk away when his dreams were not realized at first. He remained faithful. He remained humble. And so today, Dwayne, please come and stand here. I'm pleased to officially announce that at 1 minute past midnight on the 30th of October, Dwayne Smith will be the official candidate to represent the Jamaica Labour Party in Northwest St. Andrews.
Warm yourself, dry your face for the tears. Buckle your belt, tie your lace for the fears. This you will make you know. This you will make you know.
Politics can be about glory and high office and honor. But politics is essentially about service. If you don't intend to serve the people, don't come into politics. So as Dwayne gets the endorsement of me as leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, that endorsement comes with a caveat. Because as we transform our economy and our society, the Jamaica Labour Party is also engaged in a mission to transform our representatives. We have done a review of the party, and what is clear is that the party workers and supporters are saying our representatives need to be much more accessible, much more caring, much more innovative in delivering to the people. And I want you to know, as the people that I account to, that I take your views seriously. And as your leader, I am doing what is necessary internally to make sure that the people that we present to you are people that meet up a certain standard, that you can feel that yes, they represent me and my children, and the future that I would want to see. That they are caring and respectful. Very important. There are no kings here. You are servants of the people. But more than that, you are stewards of their affairs. And therefore, there is a level of respect that is due. And that is what we want to transform the Jamaica Labour Party to. It's not going to happen overnight. But I assure you that as your leader, that is what I'm working on, and that is what I am doing. So tonight is a good night. We bid Dr. Clark farewell, and we wish you all the best in your new endeavor. You have assured me that you are only a phone call away. But I know, though you have left Jamaica, Jamaica will never leave you. We welcome Dwayne, a new generation. We expect him to have an even better and broader and clearer vision of the future. We expect him to come with more energy and innovation and build on what has been left for him. And we put everything together and we bless it because it all works for good. May God bless us and may God continue to bless Jamaica. Love you, my Jamaica Labour Party family.
Comments there from Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, closing out this Area Council 1 meeting from Pembroke Hall Community Centre in Northwest St. Andrew. The Finance Minister, his resignation takes effect midnight tomorrow, and a minute after midnight, Dwayne Smith is the official candidate for the Jamaica Labour Party in this constituency. No word from the Prime Minister tonight as to who will succeed Dr. Clark at the Ministry of Finance. But that's all the time we have. Thank you so much to our producer, Dana Davey, the man here on the ground, Jermaine Compass, Sheldon Richards, our branding assistant, Andrew Glenn Anderson in studio on behalf of the entire Nationwide at 5 team. I'm Ricardo Brooks, coming to you from the Area Council 1 meeting of the Jamaica Labour Party. Thank you so much for staying with us for this extended broadcast. Good evening.
ever hear Earthquake call and say, "Hello, Miss Lee, yes, it's me, Earthquake. I come in Tuesday around 10. No, sir. Earthquake does arrive